Hello, and welcome to the Goddess Tribe Tarot. Today we've got a pick a card reading for you, and this is all about groove retrieval, how to get your groove back. So we have 3 piles to choose from, and your pile number 1 has a seashell, and your significator is passion. Pile number 2 is a crystal geode, and your significator is exercise. I don't know if pile number 1 saw my seashell. My cat Mowgli wants to get his groove back too. He's pretty excited. In pile number 3, you have a river quartz cluster amalgamation, and your significator is self-love. Each of you have a special card, which I will reveal to you at the beginning of your pile. So get comfortable, grab yourself a drink, get cozy, and pick your pile. And we will get right into it now. Hello, pile number 1, and welcome to your reading. You have chosen this little seashell, and your significator was passion. And your special card is make a vision board. This is a live shuffling reading, so let's get into it. So this reading is all about getting your groove back. If there's a part of your groove you feel like you've lost, this is how to retrieve it. So what lost piece of your groove is being retrieved? As far as your groove, it's like you've lost your passion for something that you want, something that you desire. You're trying to manifest something, and you feel like you've made lots of vision boards, and now you're kind of over that. But I'm seeing that maybe you need to make a new vision board with all new pictures, all new energies. Oops. Oh, that's too many cards. Way too many cards. There could be so many different things that you're passionate about that you might feel scattered and not sure which one to focus on. And you sort of just need to focus on one thing and go from there. Lots of passion projects, perhaps. Might feel like you really just want to go for something. All right, what is the last piece of pile 1's groove that is being retrieved? So you got 7 of cauldrons. We're going to put it on Mr. Tortoise here. Yeah, so that energy I was getting of having lots of options, ideas, and things that you want to do, and just sort of being maybe overwhelmed by your options or what direction to go in. On the bottom of your deck for that one, you had Nine of Pentacles, which tells me that maybe there's lots of things you want to do to in the 3D realm to make yourself happy. And this could pertain to finances, physical health, your home, 3D projects. And you really want to maybe do those things for yourself, or that's going to help you get to the empowerment that you're looking for. So, in the past, how did you lose your groove? What happened? How did pile number? Okay. You have the Five of Cauldrons. So in the past, it looks like you were really depressed, really disappointed by the way that things turned out regarding one or several situations. This could have been a very deep depression, or it could have been something that you didn't even realize was happening, where you're feeling really upset about something, and where you can only focus on the things that you've lost or that have gone wrong for you, and you weren't able to see what was right and what was good. On the bottom of the deck, you have the High Priest, which to me is the crossroads. So you could have been disappointed about commitments that you made for yourself or other people. Could also be that you were at a crossroads and you didn't like any of the options. My cat came in here. He's, I think, my shit up. So maybe you had someone come in and F your shit up, not realizing how it was going to affect you. In the present, how are you retrieving and calling this groovy piece of you back? Excuse me. Pile number one, right now you are retrieving your groove by being very self-aware and trying to be very honest and sort of cutting through the BS, maybe as far as how you've handled yourself in situations, but also how other people have impacted you. And you're really starting to reclaim your own power based on what you've experienced, what you've done, and how you've learned from it. You're sort of being defensive about maybe some of the mistakes you've made or the things that you've done or that have been done to you that you're not proud of. But it's coming from a place of healing, like really great, natural, wonderful self-healing, where you're not doing it from a toxic place. You're trying to be very wise and logical. And underneath you have the Ace of Swords. So you're really coming at this right now from a new perspective, getting a new point of view, but you're also realizing that the sword sometimes to me is also represented by the pencil. So you're realizing how you can rewrite your own self-narrative and identity from right now, right? You can't go back in the past, but you can start right now with a fresh blank piece of paper and say, what do I want to write? Who do I want to be? What mistakes have I made? How can I learn from them? And how can I be wiser and more attentive and intuitive to myself and my needs and my path? You're also learning how to put yourself first. Really focusing on your belief systems. In the future, how will you become, who will you become, with this reclaimed soul piece? So how will pile 1 transform? Who will they become when they reclaim this groovy piece of themselves? With this, I'm seeing that you're also being very discerning about which of these options you're going for. Oops. Who will pile 1 become with this reclaimed soul piece? Okay, we have the 4 of cauldrons. To me, this means that you're going to become more emotionally reserved in the way that you allow things to affect you. You're rebasing your emotional foundations and sort of doing some emotional construction on yourself so that you're not as emotionally triggered or swept away by things that happen. Sort of disconnecting emotionally in order to reconnect from a balanced and healed standpoint. And at the bottom of the deck, you have 2 of cups or 2 of cauldrons. So you're really learning how to balance your emotions without relying on other people to do it for you. You're also not going to let other people pour their emotional whatever into your cup, like without you realizing it, with like she's pouring her cup into his, but he's like asleep, he's not really even noticing. I feel like you're coming from this standpoint where you're not going to allow people to just dump on you emotionally anymore. You're going to start developing some really good boundaries and really start healing your own heart chakra. So what is the story that this groove has gone through? For pile number 1. What is the story that pile number 1's groove has gone through? Seeing that you had a lot of wishes that you wanted to be fulfilled, and you might have felt like you were wasting your time on hopes and dreams that were never going to come through, but that you have like this almost never-ending stream of optimism where even when you feel like you couldn't possibly hope or believe anymore. There's still a few drops left in your hope stream to keep the flow going in some measurement. And something happened to you to really shake up your life. I'm saying that maybe I'm getting this message of someone getting away with a murder. Now, this could be actually or could be figuratively, but someone might have done something to really hurt you and your situation and gotten away with it. And you're like, well, that person got away scot-free. And it might have really challenged your ability to rebuild yourself. There could also, and this is a trigger warning, but there could have been a cycle where you felt suicidal, or like everything you did was harming yourself and your ability to create a solid and healthy foundation. It could be that divine intervention came in, like the higher powers that be came in to destroy everything that you thought you knew about your life and yourself in order to help you in the long run. And something ended. There could have been a death of someone really important to you that might have brought you down. But also this is the end of a really long life cycle where you haven't reached the end of this chapter in your life, but there was a definitive ending at some point. This could have pertained to family business, family wealth, inheritances. It could also be the vision of what you wanted to manifest, your ultimate outcome. Might have been affected, or maybe you gained something from someone else's loss. I'm also seeing that there's some aspect of this situation where you thrived quite a bit in the 3D realm. This could be financially, or in your health, your home, or a project you're working on. And sort of after this ending, you sort of like launch into something really positive and good. Let's get one more card for this story. Some people might have tried to sabotage your success, and they might have done it in absolutely brutal, savage ways. Someone might not want to see you succeed. They might turn their back on you when you need it the most. I'm just gonna, this card's over. It looks like this groove is coming back to help you in your 3D. And it's actually going to help you reconnect with how you're happy with yourself. Now, I know that there's another person in this card. This could be someone who supports you and has your back. But Nine of Cauldrons for me is about your personal happiness without other people. This is being alone in your life and being perfectly happy and content. And underneath the deck, you have the High Priestess. Let's see this. I'm saying that you have lots of spiritual guidance around you right now. We're gonna put this here. Can you see this? Your higher self is really guiding you right now and wants you to know that you are definitely on the path to becoming your true authentic self. There's a lot of animals in this picture. I'm seeing that you have a lot of animal spirits helping you. If you have pets, or if you just happen to see lots of animals showing up throughout this year. I want to get some more information on your story, actually. So we're going to get into a new deck. I want you to see this Tower card close up. This Tower, he's like side-eyeing the viewer so hard. It's sort of like you're the Tower coming down and you're like side-eyeing divine source, like, bruh, are you serious right now? Like, what is up? You know, like when you're in a conversation with someone and you've got a friend beside you that side eyes you and you like know that there's a message there, but you're like, all right, let's talk about this later when the shit's not happening. All right, let's get some clarifiers. Okay, so absolutely. This passion, this success, this forward, let's do this energy is being retrieved so that you have the energy and the desire and the passion to go after all these different things that you want. These oh, come on. These dreams that you're envisioning for yourself. Okay, this is really annoying me now. What the heck? Get your crap together, cards. Just like this vision board that's telling you to make a vision board. You might have so many things that you want to do that you just feel really unbalanced and overwhelmed. But your groove is your passion for these projects and these things that are going to make you happy are coming in. I'm seeing some of you might feel ashamed of all the things that you want, feeling like you're being greedy, but like if it's not hurting other people and it's not hurting you, then what is there to be ashamed of? You might look at your vision board and look, we've got like a dozen or two things on there, but like, is that bad? It's not hurting anybody. You don't want to hurt yourself for other people, so there's nothing to be ashamed of. And you're starting to see that you can have success and you're getting your confidence back. Um, you wished for a lot of things, and it came in really, really slowly. Like the path forward has been really, really slow for you. And it feels like the developments might be coming in, but it's so slow, you might feel like nothing is happening. Like planting a field of corn seed and then sitting back in your recliner and be like, okay, literally nothing is happening. And actually, there are things happening. It's just that sometimes you have to build those foundations, those roots, before you can have anything growing on top. Because it's sort of like a plant where if you have lots of growth on top, but the roots are shallow, then the moment something unexpected happens, the plant will topple over and it'll come roots up. But if you got really strong roots, but the plant on top is smaller, it's okay because you've got such a good root system that you know eventually that plant is going to um, become more of what its potential is because it's got a good foundation. Um, I feel like some aspect of your self identity came crashing down. Like you might have come through a cycle of darkness where you didn't know who you were anymore. And you might have felt really bound up and balled up from a lot of other people's perceptions and expectations. And you spent a lot of time sort of cutting through the web that you have put yourself in and that other people have trapped you in. Really figuring out what is your truth and what is not. And you might have made some decisions that might have really fracked up other people and their expectations of you and surprised people. You might have lost a bunch of people from your life who were just like, okay, screw this. You're not who I wanted you to be. And you're kind of like, well, that's sad, but like, adios. Or the other way around, where um, you cut people out of your life and other people are side-eyeing you, but you don't have to feel uneasy about this because their energy doesn't have to impact you. You're sort of bulldozing your life in order to choose your own direction, your own narrative, your own identity, and figure out what you want. There's an energy of a void space here where you cut a bunch of stuff or people and situations out, or the divine has come and crashed a bunch of things down and it was really difficult. But that void space that comes afterwards is actually really magical because it gives you the chance to heal and figure out what is it you want to fill that void with. Sort of like a a a cave system with many different caverns and rooms in it, and you need to empty it all out, and then afterwards you kind of feel like, well, damn, I got nothing here. But then as you go around to each different cavern, each different room, you're seeing, oh, there's potential here. I could do this with this space, and I could put this in that emptiness, and I have no idea what I'm going to do with that area, but I know eventually it's going to come to me and it's going to be great. And even people that you might have cut out of your life, you might be like feeling a bit lonely, but actually this is for your benefit right now. Yeah, something ended. It could be that you, like a part of you died. You might have felt like a part of you physically or spiritually died. and you went through this big loss where you retreated from people and yourself in order to figure out what that meant to you. Untangle yourself from the cords that bound you and the things that hurt you. Because the Four of Swords is a cycle of healing where you're doing it in an isolated manner. This is sort of like closing yourself off from everyone and everything and retreating. This has very strong hermit energy. But you needed to do this for your own healing. Oh man, oh man. Okay, we got the Magician coming in. You have magic within you. You have the resources, you have the knowledge. You are being empowered to come, once you come out of this really difficult transitionary phase in your life, you're going to come into this sort of launch pad that's going to take you to new growth within yourself and your life that's going to be strong and kind of breathtaking. This is going to come in sort of like a comet that is being divinely wielded by your fairy godmother. And there are spirits helping you and watching over you and are really excited to support you. You could be creating a whole new social structure, reconnecting with people who genuinely care about you. This could also be fulfilling your own idea of what you wanted to come out of this chapter of your life with in a 3D way. This could be a financial upgrade that launches you forward powerfully, an improvement to your health or your appearance that's really powerful, upgrades to your house or projects that you start accomplishing and completing. Boom, 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 boom. And all the pieces fall where they may, and where they fall is beautiful. And you're like, damn, look at me. That's divine intervention. You've got more power in you, and you are definitely going to come into this state where your dreams are going to go from something that you want in your heart and where you're envisioning to things where you can remove that picture, remove that picture, remove that thing because you've done it. Got it. Accomplishment. And even where you grow past things that you used to want and you realize, actually, I kind of don't want that anymore. But it's not sad. You're just like, okay, I accept that. Doing good. You're in the driver's seat. The Queen of Pentacles, you have the Two of Swords. This is a beautiful card for the Two of Swords. It's absolutely beautiful. She's facing the flames, but she's very calm and serene. She's got all this water behind her. And I know there's a sea monster behind her, but I feel like that sea monster is her friend. I don't know. There's a sea monster, there's a whirlpool. I feel like all of the bad stuff is behind you. But then you've got these things behind you that have your back as well. You've got powerful forces behind you, got your back, because you've overcome so much that the flames in front of you that could hurt you, they don't elicit a reaction from you the way that they used to. This is like remaining calm amid the chaos and refusing to be moved or impacted by external events, maybe as much as you used to. Maybe you feel like you have more control of yourself. I'm also seeing that with your personal self and this elevation in your personal status and well-being in your personal life, you might not be talking about it. You might be keeping it to yourself on the DL while all this takes place, and that's perfectly okay. There might be people and things around you that are kind of inflamed and infuriated, maybe by your lack of interaction with them, refusing to see them. But this is for your best interest, that you sort of keep a blinders, like sort of like a horse, you're keeping your blinders on in order to benefit you as you grow and ascend and elevate. You are definitely dealing with some heartbreak and some betrayal. And as you heal that aspect of yourself, you are coming into this personal healing and emotional empowerment where you are happy, even though people have hurt you and betrayed you and things have happened and you've had challenges and you've might have, like these feathers here, you might have lost pieces of yourself that you really were sad about and might have been cut deeply, and maybe even your ability to move forward in life was halted for a while. But because you gave yourself this healing time, your ability to self-soothe and be happy and love yourself is oh, there's a word coming in, but I don't think it's the right one. You're being empowered emotionally, but you're empowering yourself to the point where instead of having people that sneak around behind your back and hurt you and then act like they're innocent, you got people who are genuine and loving and want to help you and support you and want the best for you. But it's sort of like divine source had to cut out these losers from your life in order for you to have space for these new wonderful people and dreams and hopes and healings and heart chakra ascension to come in for you and raise you up. And oh my goodness, on the bottom of the deck, you have the high priestess again. Oh my goodness, you guys. Okay, in this one, she is out. She's scantily clad. She's got all her nature and spirit friends around her. She's got unicorns in the background. She's got phases of light and dark, and she's balanced within them. And in this one, she's enjoying herself by herself. She's reading a book. She's all cozy. She's luxuriating in her space. She's making the most of the cycles in her life where she's at. You have powerful spirits on your side. This isn't just your higher self. This is like, this channel is called the Goddess Tribe. So I'm seeing that you have multiple goddesses and divine entities on your side, helping you through this, helping you gain wisdom and learn lessons and get back on your path and elevate your status in your own self and in life to sort of help you find your path and realign you with your life's grooviness. I mean, this is seriously like, this is how do you get your groove back? How do you reacclimatize yourself and get back your groove? Like, this is groovy. She's got animals. She's like hippie incarnate, and she's like not ashamed of who she is anymore. She's like, I don't care if you like who I am. I love myself. I mean, that is just incredible. That's incredible. I just got this weirdest message of twin flame energy where this journey might actually bring you closer to twin flame. Um, you might meet your twin flame, or you might bring into you people from your soul tribe that you might have never met before. Man, I am so excited for you, pile number one. This is fantastic energy. All right, let's get some oracle cards for you. Oh, actually, we've got more to do. Okay, so pile number one, how can you actively sync up with your lost grooviness? I'm going to give you 3 cards for this, actually. How can pile number one actively sync up with their lost grooviness? There's lots of things coming in for you, and it's really excited. I feel like it's almost like there's a door, sort of like Alice in Wonderland, that really small door, but there's like a whole crowded room full of people and things and exciting wonderfulness that's coming in for you, and they're sort of all fighting at once to see who can go through and who can come in first. And it's sort of like a backlog where spirit is sort of taking the reins. It's like, okay, one at a time, form a line. You can't all come in at once. How can you actively sync up with your lost grooviness? You've been really overwhelmed and feeling defeated about the path that you've gone down and what's happened. You've battled it out a lot with people who had just nefarious business, really not awesome intentions. And even if you lost a couple of the battles, the war is going to win out in your favor. Keep persevering, because this cycle of heavy, overwhelming crappiness is almost over. Oops. Okay, I don't know if that was supposed to come out, so I'll just put it back, and if it comes out again. The Lovers. Some of you, and on the bottom of the deck, you have the Six of Cauldrons. Some of you, this is pertaining to your romantic relationships and all of the defeated, shitty experiences you've had, but you're being asked not to give up on love. And you know, this isn't just about love with other people. This is about love of yourself, love of life. I'm saying you need to step outside the confines of this overwhelming energy and remove yourself from the battles and the wars that you have gone through or that could be arising around you, and focus on what brings you happiness and joy, what makes you love life, what makes you passionate about life. Is it gardening? Is it interacting with people? Is it spending time outside in nature? Is it reading? Is it helping other people? Is it spiritual pursuits? Whatever it is. Sometimes the clouds in your sky are not bad clouds. Sometimes they're providing you well-deserved shade from the intensity and the glare. And sometimes they're there to give you inspiration. Like when you go cloud gazing and you're like, oh, what can I see in the clouds? With the Six of Cauldrons coming in here, oh, and you know what? Underneath you've got the Three of Swords and the Strength. So the underlying energy is saying you want to reconnect with that lost aspect of yourself, this lost innocence. Maybe your childhood sucked ass. And maybe you felt like you lost a lot of your innocence and your opportunities to be happy and playful and joyous. And you're being asked to heal from that path and your past so that you can retrieve those innocent parts of you that maybe your heart had given up on. And with this Three of Swords, you know, everyone experiences heartache, but you don't have to keep engaging with those people who have hurt you. And letting them go might feel sad and hard, but you're going to feel like a weight was lifted off of you. And you've got true strength. So you can actively reconnect by doing some of this reintegration of your childhood self. What is it that made you happy when you were a child? What is it, the things that you wanted to do, things that made you happy? And remove the painful experiences from your mind while you're doing this emotional healing. So if you enjoyed something but it was tainted by something bad that happened, remove the tainted filter and go back to basic innocence. And reclaim that with strength and empowerment. Heal yourself. And we're going to get, an extra message from your higher self. You have powerful divine guidance on your side. Very strong feminine energy. And even if you're masculine, I feel like you have a spiritual guide, goddess, or archangel who you may not even know about, but they are working powerfully for you behind the scenes to help you. Yeah. Extra message from your higher self. Yeah. Queen of Rods, that's your your extra message from your higher self is saying that you are fire. You are warm, confident, courageous, empowered. You're there could be a committed relationship or even marriage coming in for you that you don't see coming. And I don't usually say that, but I just noticed that she has a gold fiery ring on her wedding ring finger. So you could be coming into union with a fiery, passionate soulmate. And this is also learning how to be committed to yourself and your own soul path. On the bottom of the deck, you have the World. And you're coming to this end of a long, long life cycle that's bringing you big lessons regarding poverty, homelessness, bad health, and negative outcomes in your 3D life. But it's also bringing you this new, beautiful phase, this new life, this new path in your 3D that could take you to wonderful places if you let it. Um, I'm seeing that your end game is going to be very powerful. And the heart of this was Six of Rods, which is also part of your groove that you are retrieving. The Six of Wands and Six of Rods. You know what? You might be coming into contact with a soulmate or a twin flame where you have both had similar paths, different but similar, but where you are both coming into your confidence and both being spiritually and divinely led towards each other. Because I'm seeing you got a feminine and a masculine, and they're both on horses that are being celebrated and victorious. Yeah. So let's get some oracle cards. I realize I went really, yeah. Losing your groove in the past. What happened? In the past, you lost your groove through a bout of really serious. Okay, what is going on with my chair? Oh. A really serious depression and loss of your emotional and relationship realities. Yeah, something ended with this emotional topsy-turviness where I'm just lots of depression. You might have lost relationships, and you might have jumped to the conclusion after that happened that that was the end, that was your story, everything's always going to be bitter and disappointing, and you're always going to lose. And I feel like you lost your groove because of that. On the bottom of that deck, you have the Warrior. So someone might have promised to protect you and then made choices to play around and disrespect you and that connection, or even where the things that you desired didn't come through. So you gave up on everything else that you wanted, but you're being asked to be your own warrior, have your own back, choose what's best for you without hurting others, and try to enjoy this. How are you retrieving, calling this groove, your grooviness? How are you retrieving and calling it back to you? Bow chicka bow wow. You got wanna dance, feminine energy. In the present, you are being very discerning and self-controlled about how you present yourself, the decisions you make, the path you go on. But you're also reintegrating your feminine energy, learning how to dance and just move through the feelings where you're being intuitively guided. For those masculines, for men out there who are watching, this is in the present. You are getting more comfortable with feminine energy, learning to honor your emotions and where your intuition is leading you, nurturing yourself and others. And on the bottom of the deck, we have Matwaka's truth with reconciliation. And you are definitely reconciling with yourself, your feminine energy, um those lovely aspects of who you are that guide you to go dancing in the moonlight and close your eyes and feel good about yourself without anybody else's permission. You know, underneath that, you also have I am whole, wholeness. So you are definitely reconciling with this feeling and this aspect of you that is whole and deserving of being nurtured and cared for and loved, loved of your own self and love of spirit, love of others. And this energy is sort of bringing new things to you magically. Okay. I didn't realize that this reading was going to go on so long, but good messages, all good messages. What in who will you become with this reclaimed soul piece? Oh, that's too many cards. Ain, reclaim joy. That is beautiful. With this Four of Cups, as you disconnect from the disappointments and the lost investments and your old emotional foundations, you're actually giving yourself space to heal and empty those cups that are filled with toxicity, clean them out, heal yourself, get a nice healing grove for yourself so you can get your groove back and heal yourself and create new emotional boundaries so you can reclaim this joy. Because this person's got his eyes closed and she's got her eyes closed, but this guy is sort of in a defeated don't care anymore position where she's got her eyes closed because she's surrounded by so much wonderful things. She's just taking a deep breath and enjoying it, and it's beautiful. And you are becoming this person who doesn't let other people dump their emotional toxicity into your cup of self-love, and someone who is capable of reclaiming joy for yourself no matter what. And underneath, you've got Gaia, evolution. So as you get this groove back, you are evolving yourself. Yeah, and underneath that, you have Yamaya, surrender and soothe. You are evolving, learning how to surrender to the things and the tides that you can't control, but soothing yourself in a healing way that helps you to reclaim joy that you've lost while claiming new joys and happiness that is coming in for you. It's beautiful. Very powerful. What is the story this group has gone through? Yin. There's a lot of feminine energy here. You're learning to balance out the feminine and the masculine aspects of yourself. Um, really nurturing your dreams and desires and the energy that you're putting into it as you allow the masculine aspects of yourself to sort of take charge and be like, okay, how can I accomplish this? What steps do I need to take forward? Um, Treasure Island. We got it twice. Or sea turtle. Um, you had a very destructive, long-lasting cycle in your life that really opened up your eyes and gave you new perspective and a new direction. And it's helping you to find your treasure island and realizing that it's not um, in one specific place. It goes with you. I'm, remember that song in The Lion King 2, in Upendi, and they're saying how um, Upendi is love and you take it with you. And I'm seeing that you're realizing that you can find wonderful things. Your treasure island can go with you wherever you go. That's too many cards. Yeah. There was a very strong and dramatic ending for you in your life that caused you to self isolate and focus on your own healing. And it brought a lot of chaos and conflict in your life. But this is teaching you how to remain calm amid chaos and conflict so that it's not swaying you unnecessarily. Like, if there's a tornado coming and it's really windy, you're not going to go outside and jump on a trampoline, right? Because then you're putting yourself in a position to get blown away with the tornado. You're going to find a place that's safe and stay calm and try not to panic, because you know that you can't control the tornado, but you don't have to make the situation worse either for your own self or others. Um, there's a lot of things that you want to manifest into the 3D, and you are absolutely going to be creating this. It's going to be very magical, but you need to align your thoughts so that they are empowering and not defeating. You might have done a lot of thinking about when is this coming, but don't just sit there and think about it. Maybe take some steps towards what it is that you want, even if it's just one project, which might lead to something else, But make sure that the quality of your thoughts are aligned with the quality of the outcomes you are trying to create. Your physical upgrades to yourself, your body, your appearance, your financial empowerment, you might not see it in its fullness, but this is being regenerated. There's new growth coming from areas within you that you thought were either dead or that you forgot about. And where you are being upgraded emotionally, so you are more emotionally empowered and happy with your own self, and how this relates to the challenges, the traumas, and the heartbreaks that you've experienced. It's time to go. It's time to leave that behind, those challenges, those stories, those imprints that they've made on you, and just leave that behind and move on. It's sort of like being frostbitten. Move forward and leave the frosty bits behind, and move towards how you can feel good about yourself in spite of the ways that other people have hurt you. On the bottom of your deck, you have a change in the wind. So your higher self and your spiritual guides are helping you create change that is really, really powerful. And you might feel like you're being blown around, blustery in the wind, but it's actually going to land you exactly where you need to be, in the land of milk and honey. How can you actively sync up with your lost grooviness? Receive with love and appreciation. Receiving something lovingly from others is a way of showing love. So you might be overwhelmed by stressful and difficult circumstances, but when someone comes in to help you, even if maybe they're not the nicest person all the time, in the moment that they are offering their help to you and you need it, receive that with love and appreciation. Be grateful. Yeah, and that the aspect of yourself that you feel like you've lost, when it starts coming back, be grateful for it coming back. Love it, appreciate it. It took some time away from you so that you could learn some harsh lessons, but appreciate that it's coming back to you exactly when and how you need it. Have faith. Trust your faith in this situation. So wherever you've been doing battle with yourself and others, have faith that you are strong enough to make it through, and that you are absolutely going to make it through this situation. The Lovers is coming through with act as if your partner is here, whether you have someone in your life or not. Act as if they are with you, so you will always consider them. This is really important. Sometimes when we're alone, we are put in positions where we need to make a choice towards love or selfishness. And acting like acting like a hoe is only going to make others perceive you as someone who doesn't love and respect yourself. So you're not going to be able to give any higher quality energy than that to someone else. So if you don't have a partner, this doesn't mean to go around and act skanky Like, that's not love. It doesn't consider your partner. It doesn't tell your future partner that you respect them and the future of your relationship, even if they're not in your life yet. It doesn't tell them that you love and respect yourself. It tells them you're a low quality person who's easily swayed. And why should they care? Why should they invest into you when you couldn't even be bothered into invest into yourself when you had no one there? And this is a really important lesson that we all need to learn, is how to love ourselves the way we want someone else to love us and to move forward. Are you saving special things, events, and projects that you want to do with your partner? Or are you blowing them off on and using all, like let's say you go traveling. Are you traveling with Joe Schmo to a place that you really want to go with your soulmate? Or are you saving that special place you want to travel to for your future soulmate, being like, hey, Joe Schmo, you know what? I really enjoy this time that we're spending together. I don't mind traveling with you, but like there are specific places that I'm saving for my true soulmate, and that's not you. Like, do you respect yourself and your soulmate you haven't met yet enough to make boundaries? Are you being abstinent so that you can focus on what it is that you want? Are you exploring self-love so that you know how to love yourself and what your triggers are so that you can communicate them and heal them honestly? Are you dating for love, or are you dating for just not to be alone? This is a really big, important lesson. You need to choose what kind of love you want, because if you're in this situation where you're alone and you're like, I'm single, I'm going to mingle, well, that tells your future soulmate and the universe that you're not really serious about love. So why should you get a serious soulmate? I think this might be a message for some of you to stop slutting it up and start being more discerning and have really good boundaries. Because if you want your soulmate to consider you while they don't have you, like, do you want a soulmate that's in the dating scene, dating a bunch of different people, and they meet you and they have to date a bunch of different other people while they're with you before they decide whether or not they want you? Because I don't know about you, but that's gross. That's gross. That tells me that my soulmate didn't know what they want, which means that they're not going to know if they really want me until it's too late and I've invested too much of my time and energy into them. And that's not what I want. I want someone who's been discerning, who's had their romantic experiences, but then deliberately chosen to remove themselves from the dating scene so they can focus on themselves, their health, their healing, their financial well-being, their relationships with themselves, their friends, their previous traumas. How are they taking care of their physical self? How are they creating more balance in their life? How are they eliminating people and situations and estranging themselves from things that aren't healthy, so that there's a room for me to come in and for us to create a beautiful life without conflict? And therefore, I move forward with that same energy. So when I meet my soulmate, they know that I've taken this seriously, because I want a soulmate that's serious about our relationship too before we even meet each other. Because if you can't be real and honest with yourself when you're alone because you're avoiding that, if you're dating so that you can avoid being alone, then you might find yourself alone a lot. Even if you're surrounded by people, you might always feel like no one really understands you. So choose what kind of partner you want and then be that partner actively. Do you want a partner that's loyal, or do you want a partner that gets swayed by every hot bod? Because if you don't want love that is equal and mutual and exclusive, and you just want to screw around, then be honest about that and communicate that to yourself, to source, to people. If you have no intentions of ever getting into a real relationship, if you're going to be Hugh Hefner then be honest about that. When you meet people and you know, okay, this person wants something more than what I want, you need to be wise and mature enough to be like, actually, um, no, I can't give you that. And taking their love just because you can is still wrong. On the bottom of your deck, it says, do something for someone else. Give your attention to someone else. So, how can you give your attention to others in a way that facilitates what it is that you actually want in life? Is there an animal that needs help that you could be helping? Is there a friend who needs a good conversation and some advice that you could be giving them your time and energy? Is there a neighbor who needs a cup of sugar or like help fixing their light bulb? Is there someone at the grocery store who might need help carrying their groceries or reaching something off of a shelf or finding something that they don't know how to do? If you get a wrong number and someone's like, oh, I'm trying to find this, do you have a moment to have a conversation with that person and be like, actually, here's the phone number that you're looking for? How can you do something innocent for someone else so that you can facilitate more positive things in your life? Instead of tipping your waitress who is already receiving a wage, could you take that money and go help a homeless person who needs feminine hygiene products or some winter mitts or some new shoes? How can you help someone who truly needs it as opposed to just throwing your attention and energy at people who don't actually need it? And how can you do these things from a non-selfish standpoint? Like, what am I going to get out of this? Or how many accolades am I going to get? Who can I make sure sees me doing this nice thing? Are you doing these nice acts from a place of selfishness, or are you doing these nice things from a place of integrity and honor and genuine compassion and consideration for others? And not only that, but how are you doing this for yourself? When was the last time you let yourself soak in a bath? When was the last time you went out and got yourself a manicure or a pedicure just because you wanted to remind yourself that you deserve to be treated? When was the last time you cooked yourself a good, healthy meal without the fast food because you know that your body is really going to thrive on that? When was the last time you taught yourself how to do something so that you don't have to rely on someone inconsistent and unreliable? When was the last time you gave yourself a day without answering your phone or looking at it? Like, maybe something that you do for yourself helps you do something for others, like disconnecting and turning off your phone for a day or maybe even a couple days, so that you limit the access people have to you, so that you can really get a recovery of your energy and yourself, so that when you do allow people to have access to you again, you're able to do that from a place of genuine interest and positive intentions. How can you help yourself now so that in the future, when you have lots of blessings, you can help others? And sometimes that's the message. Choosing a project to work on and then doing the things that you want to do will bring you blessings. But sometimes the blessings you receive, you're being received not only to help yourself, but also to help future people. It's like winning millions of dollars in the lottery, and you have enough money to make all of your dreams come true. And then you have money left over, and then next thing you know, there's a project that someone comes up that needs help on, and you're like, you know what? This project helps the community. This project helps others. So I'd like to invest into this. Or maybe someone that you meet is going through a hard time, and you're like, you know what? I know exactly how that feels because I was in that position once. And now I'm in a position where I can be helpful and generous to others because I have been blessed with blessings. I can help you, and I can bless you with a boon, a gift of some sort that will help you on your path. And when you receive help from others, are you doing it with gratitude, appreciation, love? Are you expressing that? Are you saying thank you? Are you saying, I appreciate this so much. I really needed that. Are you expressing positive affection? Okay, let's move on from this message. Extra message from your higher self. Guardian angel. You may or may not believe in guardian angels, but I'm getting the message that they are there for you, whether you believe in them or not. And meditation. So your higher self wants you to communicate with your higher self, communicate with God, communicate with your angels and your goddesses and gods. Because even when you feel alone, you're not completely alone. There are spiritual entities that have your back and are supporting you, and they want you to know that they are there. And you have pumpkin. Uncaging the spirit within thou the fertile power you hold. To taste your buttery velvet upon tongue is a gift I shall cherish each day that comes. Okay, I'm going to read that out because that was a mouthful. I'm seeing the color orange and gold might be very powerful and activating for you. Okay. Pumpkins have been a tradition for Samhain for hundreds and hundreds of years. Jack-o'-lanterns were carved to scare away the ghosts and goblins that were said to roam the streets on Samhain. Carving jack-o'-lanterns originally began with a variety of root vegetables from turnips to potatoes. Pumpkins became the preferred method for the abundance of space for carving. And there is always plenty left over to fashion into dinner and desserts, even drinks. The pumpkin is more than a scare tool for the witch, however. It is a symbol of protection, fertility, and abundance. The pumpkin represents the power of the womb, so it's no surprise that its color corresponds with the color of the sacral chakra. Yes, orange gold colors, sacral energy, getting your groove back. Booyah. Also, very in alignment with the Six of Wands, which did come out twice, and your Queen of Wands. And its size is a symbol of prosperity and having enough to go around, which is exactly what I was saying about how you can help others and yourself with the blessings that you receive. You have pulled pumpkin today because you're protected and safe from harm. There is a presence around you, guardian angel, keeping the scary things away from your front door. You can rest easy knowing that your back is guarded. This card can also mean taking some steps to keep negative people out of your life, which also goes to acting as if your partner was here. Sometimes when we're so busy trying not to be alone, we'll accept attention from people that our intuition, our heart and soul knows isn't going to be the be-all, end-all for our soul partner experience. And that ends up hurting us by accepting attention from people that we intuitively know are not meant for us. We end up hurting ourselves. So how you can avoid that by considering the people you're allowing into your life and how they're going to affect not only others in your life, but you. How is this going to impact you? And if your intuition has the funkies, but your logic says, well, I don't see anything, maybe follow your intuition instead. You may need to reduce the amount of time you spend in some relationships or set firm boundaries. Doing so will allow you to put your energy where it is needed most. I know this did not come out reversed, but I will read the reverse just so that you can hear it. It says, when pumpkin is in reversed, know that you are a creative force capable of drawing wealth and joy. You are a vessel that can hold many things at one time. You are capable of creating beautiful things. Your creative power has no limitations. You are being guided to explore the ways fertility shows up in your life. You do not have to be with child to be fertile. Artistic endeavors are a type of fertility as well. Explore different ways to tap into the creative energy that lives inside your womb, whether it's painting or making paper. Okay. It also comes with a recipe for spiced pumpkin cake. If you can see this, but I'm going to hold it there for you. So you can screenshot it. And then the back. So you can screenshot the back as well. So for those of you who read this and now you suddenly have a craving for spiced pumpkin cake, that's what it's saying. Make some spiced pumpkin cake. Maybe enjoy a slice with yourself and with someone else. Yeah, maybe you've received some kind of help from someone and you can show your gratitude and appreciation for that person by baking something nice and sharing it with them, like pumpkin spice cake with tea or coffee or something, and just like, hey, you know what? I appreciate you, and here's how I'm going to show it. It's little things. And you're not just doing this for someone else, you're doing it for yourself because you know you deserve the cake. You deserve the cake, the crumbs, the platter, the spatula you're going to lick off of it. You deserve the whole dang thing, the whole freaking cake. So if someone is giving you breadcrumbs, this also acts as if your partner was here. Would your soulmate stand idly by while someone is giving you the crumbs of their attention, like at work or with your spirituality or your friendships or your family or whatever? Would your true soulmate sit there and just let it happen? Or would they stand up and be like, hey, sweetheart, you're giving more to that than you're receiving? How would your soulmate show up for you? And how can you show up as your own soulmate in their stead until they have made their way into your life? Do not give up on the dreams that you have for yourself. You are gaining your passion for life and for your dreams and for what you want. And you're realizing that you have so many options that are exciting and they're all lining up to help you. And there is like a tidal wave of energy coming in to help further your goals and to empower you to achieve things in beautiful, magical, wonderful ways that are going to change you and your life and even your connections with people. Okay, you guys, we have gone way, way over our time for today. I hope that you enjoyed this reading and that you got a lot out of it. I am looking forward to seeing you back here again. This is a timeless reading. You are going to get your groove back. I believe it. I hope you do too. If you liked this reading, please comment down below, like this video, and subscribe to my channel. Thank you so much for sharing a part of your path and your journey with me tonight, and for allowing me to be a part of yours. And I'm just so excited and grateful to be having the opportunity to interact with you. So I hope that you enjoy the rest of your day. Remember to do something really nice for yourself. Anything, big or small, do something for yourself today before you go to sleep. And yeah, thank you very much for your time. Bye. Hello, pile number 2. Welcome to your reading. So, this reading is about how to get your groove back. We are doing a groove retrieval today, and you have chosen the agate geode with the significator exercise, and your special card is soak in a bath, which tells me that your groove is very linked to your physicality, to the amount of physical exercise you are and are not doing, as well as the ways that you recuperate and recover from that. So at some point, you want to soak in a nice long bath, light some candles, soak your muscles. After doing some kind of exercise, go for a walk, do some strength training, do some cardio, walk your pet or something. And we are live shuffling. Just my microphone a bit. Some of you might be working on how to gain more balance between your your physical activity as well as your rest. So what lost piece of your groove is being retrieved? Pile number 2. Some of you might not like baths, and for those of you who don't actually have a bathtub, you could do this in your shower. Turn the lights down low, light a candle, maybe some incense, and just hang out in your shower and have a meditative experience in there. So the lost piece of your groove that is being retrieved is 8 of cauldrons. You know what? Exercise is not just about our physical selves. It's all about our mental, spiritual, emotional selves. And this is talking about relationships, dreams, situations that we have invested ourselves into emotionally that we're sort of cutting our losses and moving on from, and, you know, pursuing something better and more fulfilling. And we might not know exactly what that is, but we're still figuring it out just one step at a time, anyways, leaving the gossip, the disappointing outcomes behind. On the bottom of your deck, you have the Empress. So the Empress is all about full development of the physical, emotional, mental, spiritual self in all ways. And the divine feminine is coming through with a very abundant and fruitful personal development. Some of you might be training for a marathon, like a physical one. So, in the past, how did you lose your groove? What happened? Pile number 2. Okay, so in the past, it looks like you lost your groove because you might have felt overwhelmed, at odds, and defensive with yourself, situations, and other people. There might have been a lot of conflict or things that you had to deal with all at once, and you might have felt really, really burnt out. On the bottom of the deck, you have the 5 of Swords. So there could have been a lot of conflict and challenge, especially with other people. And you might have really struggled to overcome that. And yeah, just feeling really, really burnt out and needing to take a rest. And you felt really like guarded and defensive, not sure who you could trust or what to open yourself up to and invest into. In the present, how are you retrieving and calling this piece of your groove back to you? 4 of Rods. Can you see those cards well? I hope so. Sorry, you guys. I'm gonna try and adjust my camera so you can see these cards. Did that help? All right. So 4 of Rods. Right now, you are really creating the vision of what you want and really putting some positive energy into it. On the bottom of the deck, you have the 4 of Cauldrons. So you might be feeling really emotionally spent and disconnected and putting yourself in a position of isolation where you're disconnecting emotionally from relationships, from dreams, and really focusing on resting and healing yourself. Really building the foundations emotionally and energetically right now. Sort of like when you build a house and you dig out your foundation and you put in your cornerstones and you lay the foundation first. You're making sure that your energy and your emotions is exactly where it needs to be by taking the time to do it thoroughly regardless of what people think. So I'm seeing some isolation, especially energetically and emotionally, where you're not investing yourself into anyone or anything until you've done some deep healing and deep restructuring of your emotions, your heart space, your energy, your spirit. So in the future, who will you become with this reclaimed soul piece? It's too many cards. Ace of Pentacles. So in the future, when you retrieve this lost piece of your soul, of your groove, getting your mojo back, you're going to be someone brand new in the physical sense. Your physical health, your appearance, your finances, your home, any projects that you are working on in the 3D, you're getting a brand new start. It's kind of like you're emerging from your hidey hole after the winter time, and everybody is, I mean, maybe there's not a lot of people around you, but anyone who sees you is going to be like, dang, like you survived that good. Emerging, coming back out. I'm hearing that song, I'm coming out. I want the world to know. Gotta let it show. I feel like that's kind of your energy, where after you do these cycles of some sort of retreating from the world and then emerging back into it, you're doing it on your own terms, with your own vibe, really focused, knowing what you want. Here's the path I want to take. Here are my goals. Step, step, step. And your card on the bottom is the Star. So you are really connecting to your wishes and to divine energy. And I'm seeing that you're going after what you want and trusting that spirit has your back. And you're going with the flow whilst also navigating how you're going to handle that flow. It's sort of like when if if you're in the river, right? And you can't control the current of the river, but you can use your own knowledge and tools and resources to help you navigate how you're going to handle the current and the bumps and where it takes you. You may not be able to control all of it, but if you see that there's rocks ahead and you can preemptively adjust your course to avoid them, or if you see that maybe you're out fishing and you're like, okay, this water is turbulent, but that water over there is kind of peaceful. You might be like, you know what, I think I'm going to choose based on what I'm fishing for. You may not be able to control what's there, but you're definitely controlling how you put yourself in those situations. Let's see, what is the story that this groove has gone through? It's a lot of cards, and I'm going to put them back in because I don't know if they're all supposed to be out. Pile number 2. What is the story this groove has gone for? What is the story about this groovy business? What has it gone through? So another 4. So far, you've had 3 4s come up. So you are definitely in this cycle of maybe hermetism, sort of reclusivity, where you're withdrawing how much you invest into external things, people, challenges, events, etc., and really focusing on yourself. There's a deep personal healing of your insights, your beliefs, your perspectives, especially because there's been a lot of challenges, maybe even fighting with other people, people who want to win one out over you. And we've got the 2 of rods, which is sort of balancing energies that you're not entirely sure what to do with, but it's also making a choice between what direction you want to go in and how you want to proceed. Like, what direction do I want to go in? Left or right, forward or backward? Maybe feeling uneven in your footing. There was a 10 of Swords experience that you went through that contributed to the loss of your grooviness, where you might have been stabbed in the back. Hell, you might have been stabbed right through the heart to your face, betrayed and brought down bitterly and horribly by people, by life, where things just did not work out for you and it brought you down to your lowest of lows. Sort of a death cycle. But like all cycles that end, there are new ones coming in to help you be reborn with a new cycle of fortune where there are strong entities that really have your back. This is the Goddess Tribe Tarot, but for this pile, you might have some strong masculine spirits around you, archangels or gods that are having your back and helping to turn your fortunes around so that you have some good shit coming into your life. Oops. Oh, that's too many cards. There's a lot of yellow in these cards. Oh my goodness, I just got that scene in Harry Potter where Ron is trying to turn his rat yellow. And he's like, sunshine daisies, buttermellow, turn this stupid fat rat yellow. And it doesn't work. And he thinks it's because he did something wrong, when actually there's nothing wrong with him or the spell. It's just that the rat is already under a spell because it's an animagus, so it can't be affected by the spell because there's some hidden energies going on that he didn't know until years later. And I feel like some of you might have gone through that, where you were trying to do something with someone or something, but there were elements working against you or that were not fortuitous. And so it just didn't work out the way that you wanted it to. So your fortunes are changing, and it looks like you're really focusing your energy and then letting it go so that the pieces could fall where they may. Having faith that things are moving forward, and actually things are really going to come in quickly. As you get your groove back, you're going to feel like you can fly and make magic happen. And on the bottom of your deck, you have the guide, which is also temperance. Um, um, you're definitely being guided towards healing and temperance and calmness, where you and the people who are coming into your life are going to be more healthy and self-controlled and working for your best interests. You have powerful spiritual entities working on your behalf. We've got this angel, we've got the feminine and the masculine God here, and we've got the sun. So there are some powerful spiritual entities working for you to guide you to getting your groove back and also getting back on path. We're gonna get some more information about this. For some of you, you might have been in a zone of healing from something else. I'm also getting some of you might have been cutting yourself off from other people to work on addictions. And then people came in to like frack your shit up and cause like helter-skelter imbalances, and it might have tripped you up. But now you're like getting back on track. Yeah, okay. The piece of your groove that's being retrieved is definitely your own path towards personal happiness, because you've had to leave like people and relationships and emotional and mental desires and wants and needs behind, because you got played. I mean, you got played hard. I'm not gonna lie. And like, not to be blasé about it, but that sucks. Someone had power over you and they abused their power, and now they're standing in the background laughing at you, and you're just like, nah. You cried about it, you felt defeated, but now, you know, you're picking yourself back up, learning how to stand, and just taking it one step at a time, leaving this sour emotional and mental investments in the past and moving on with those aspects of your heart and your mind and your soul that are yours, and healing what's left of you. And that's a really powerful, the way that you're picking yourself up and healing mentally and emotionally. And for some of you, it's physically too. Yeah. Someone abused their power over you, and it feels like they got off scot-free, and your path now is to pick yourself back up and move forward. Not saying that what they did was okay, but you're never going to be able to get to the point where you can be your best self in spite of their bullshit if you don't give yourself that sort of, all right, we've had our time to cry and be angry and pissed off about it. We've had our time to rest and to do nothing, but now it's time to get back in the driver's seat, lace up your boots, and start dancing again. Some of you might just start by dancing around in your kitchen while you're cleaning or cooking. Is like one step towards happiness. Like, not that you're going to do this out of spite, but just like a little bit out of spite. Like, how can I be happy in spite of that person who wants me to suffer and wants to, oh my goodness, win the breakup? Some people are so busy trying to win their breakup that they haven't done any of the work on themselves. And you're like, that's your path. That's not my path. For those of you where there are people or someone who has a lot of power over you in your situation, and they're kind of wielding it over you like a sword, ready to hack your head off or whatever. This is really hard. And I'm acknowledging that it's difficult to be in a situation where you don't have as much power over yourself or your situation as you wish you did. But you're going to rise above this. And the people who are in the situations that are supposed to be left behind, sometimes cutting those losses and moving on is really difficult, and it makes us really sad. And the challenges that we face in life, as well as within ourselves and our relationships, if you can learn lessons from them without bringing the burden of pain that those situations and people caused you forward, then that's the goal, right? To become self-healing and empowering yourself through that. You have the Four of Swords. Oh, actually, I didn't mean to do it that way. That's okay. While you're in this space of cutting yourself off from communicating and opening yourself up to other people, the Four of Swords is like protecting yourself, disconnecting from the outside world, and focusing on centering and grounding yourself and healing yourself mentally from the inside out. And you've got the Queen of Swords. So you are taking space away from other people and situations to focus on your own healing and to be your own warrior, right? Like this queen is a warrior, and she's still beautiful. Even though she, oh my goodness, earlier I said hacking off heads, and look at her. Oh my goodness, there's all these heads on spikes behind her. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. You then there's cups behind her, but I'm sensing that other people might have hacked off some heads and blamed you for it. And so you might have turned around and said, oh, really? Two can play that game. And I feel like you might be working on being your best self in spite of the ways that people have hurt you. And also owning up to the mistakes that you have made, the things that you've done that you're not proud of, and then leaving that in the past and being like, I'm not pretending that didn't happen. I'm just acknowledging that I'm a better person now and moving forward than I was then. Because you can overcome a difficult past and still be a good person. For this Nine of Rods in your past position, you lost your groove by always having to be on guard and defending yourself, like you're the only person who's defending you. And this created a lot of nightmares and disorientation in your energy and your mindset, and creating dissension, depression, anxiety, lots of traumas, PTSD, and it was a very overwhelming, and it might have always felt like it was just about to end, but then like perpetually didn't. And now you're kind of rising up above those situations and gaining back some control over your energies and the situations, so that rather than being overcome with anxiety and worry and guarded defensiveness, you're healing some of those situations. You might have realized that you were in that stage for so long, and now you're ready to let it go. But you don't have to rush the process. I know that fire and air are quick moving energy, but you don't have to rush the process. Healing happens incrementally and with focused concentration. In the present, you have, for how you're retrieving and calling this groove back to you, where you figure out the vision you want and make sure that your energies and the foundations of your energies are aligned with that. And you've got the Ace of Swords, where you are coming into this new perspective. You're eliminating the knots and the web that might be getting in the way. You're giving yourself new perspectives, new narratives, writing yourself a new script, really deciding where you want that energy to go, and then deciding how you're going to direct it. Because the sword is not just a weapon, it's like an athame that can help you direct your energy. Who will you become with this reclaimed soul piece? You have this brand new path in your physical self, and that could be your wealth, your physical health, your home, your appearance, your 3D projects, a garden, etc. You got this new, beautiful beginning with some new resources. And you've got the Page of Wands, which is really initiating some new exciting energy where you're excited to go, move forward, might not even know where or how you're going to get there, but you're excited about it. You're confident, you're raring to go. You've got all the gas in your tank that you need. Okay, so let's get back to this journey here. So the challenges that you faced within your life and with other people might have slowed down the development of your 3D accomplishments and goals. So whatever it is that you are working on or hoping to accomplish in your 3D physical life, you might have been in a state of prolonged inactivity where you just needed to be patient, patient, patient. Patience is a virtue. And you might have been saying something like that to yourself for so long that you started getting frustrated and rolling your eyes at it, but knowing that it's ultimately true. But things were growing and developing really, really slowly. It's just that these challenges affected the rate of growth and how it happened. Um, Sort of like if you plant some carrots and you put it into really like soil that's full of clay and rocks and debris, and the carrots aren't growing as well as they could. So they have to adjust course, and that takes extra time. With the Two of Rods, you have the Ace of Coins. So you're in a position where you can choose to go in a different direction and how to direct your energy. And you're being given some new opportunity, some new resource, a new path in your life. And you had Ace of Pentacles up here, and Ace of Coins is the same energy. You could be coming into some new money or some growth of your physical self or an improvement of your health, of your situation in the 3D is going to help you make a decision on where you want to put your energy and how you want to proceed, like a stepping stone. Like maybe you're at a position where you need to get from this step to that step, but there's a step that's missing, and now you're receiving a stepping stone to help you bridge the gap. With the Ten of Swords, you have the Knight of Swords. I want you to see this picture. You are going from this defeated position where you have just been rocked and rolled and defeated in all stages, all situations. And you are learning how to be your own hero. I'm hearing that song by Jennifer Saunders, I Need a Hero. I encourage you to look that song up. It was on Shrek. But I'm hearing like the reverse where you're kind of deciding, you know what? There's nothing wrong with accepting help when you need it, but I'm going to be my own hero for the most part. I'm going to take a sip of water. Remember to hydrate yourself, you guys. You're really seeking out new weather in the storm of your life, and you're seeking out new truths, new paths, new options, learning how to be your own hero and sort of saddle up your own horse. I don't know if that's a message. Some of you are like living in the countryside, working with horses, and you're like, I gotta learn how to saddle my own horses so I don't have to rely on someone else to saddle it up and hope that they didn't do it right, or hope that they did it right. Some of you could be getting signs from spirit in the forms of clouds and wind. Maybe the wind howls for you loudly is one of the signs, or softly sighing. But you're moving forward out of this state of defeat and coming into more empowerment over how you proceed, how you communicate, really actively deciding who you are, who you want to be, and who you want in your life. Oh, that's too many cards. A lot of yellow in your pile. You guys might want to be doing some work with your solar plexus chakra. Really getting in touch with your instincts again and trusting them. We have the King of Cups. This is a dragon, and we are in the dragon year. So this year could be extremely important for you guys and empowering yourself and overcoming odds and obstacles that have been working against you. It's coming up with your Wheel of Fortune. So your fortunes are changing and you're becoming way more empowered, more powerful, more aligned and ascended, not only with your good luck and fortunes, but also with your emotions. So as you come out of these challenges and difficulties in your life and your relationships and your thoughts and beliefs, the more that your heart chakra gets an upgrade. I don't know why I'm seeing this, but it looks it looks like he's at karaoke and he's like, all right, I'm gonna sing my song. Who's with me now? And I don't know why that's a message for some of you. Need to just get up on stage and do some karaoke and enjoy yourselves. I'm not really sure why that's coming out, but it is. Some of you need to sing a new song, a new tune that fills you with joy. This could definitely be pertaining to a person. Could be a male or masculine person who is coming in as part of your good fortune and is going to offer emotional integrity, wisdom, balance, empowerment, and protection. And this could also be you becoming your own dragon, and because this is the King of Cups, this is water, so like a water dragon where you're not afraid of the currents and the courses of your life. You're riding them and you know that you can survive. Oh my God, your pile is full of musical notations. Like you got that song, I Will Survive, I Will Survive. For some of you, music could be really powerful for you. With the Eight of Rods, you have the Hanged Man. This launch pad bringing you forward momentum and positive gains could have been halted for quite a while. You could have been in a stasis of a suspension where nothing was really growing or happening for you, either because you were holding yourself back or others were, or it's a combination. But you're realizing that you have the power to wake yourself up and choose how you're going to release yourself from this state of inactivity and inaction. And once you do, things are going to move for you quickly and in ways that you can't foresee. You need to direct your energies effectively and then calmly and peacefully let them happen. On the bottom, we have the Four of Cups. So you are absolutely being guided to disconnect yourself emotionally from the situations and things that were disappointing and unfulfilling for you. Some relationships and emotional experiences are only brought into our lives to teach us lessons, and sometimes they take a very long time to learn. But you will sing again, you will hear the music. It's okay for you to disconnect right now in order to heal yourself and be able to reconnect later. But you are being healed towards deep emotional and mental healing and reformulating the foundations. So throughout this reading, you've had 4 4s come up. I don't know if numerologically this is a 4 year for you, but really focusing on your own foundations this year, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, etc., is really going to be important towards helping um, your overall journey in life and helping you reconnect to your groove, your power. You might have to be really selfish this year, where you don't give not just specific people, but anyone access to you the way you might want to, because you know that you don't have space for them right now. Like if someone's like, "Hey, come out and play," and you're like, "I'd love to, but actually what I really need is to just rest." Um how can you actively sync up with your lost grooviness? I'm going to pull 3 cards for this. The King of Swords is coming through. You need to be powerfully discerning and have really healthy boundaries. The King of Swords upright is not someone who abuses his power over others out of a sense of ego. It's someone who is wise and conscientious about his power and his choices and how he could be doing them and wielding his power in a way that is fair and just, not only for himself, but for other people. You need to decide who you want to be and then actively pursue that. You got the 5 of Cauldrons coming up, which is again about defeat and depression and being upset, not being able to see what you've got because there's so much that you've lost. But this gives you the opportunity to be honest about what you've lost and then turn and acknowledge what you have and what's being offered to you. Because you don't want to gaslight yourself about the things you've experienced, and you don't want to cut yourself off from having this emotional expression and being sad when you need to, but you don't want to keep yourself stuck and wallowing in emotional despair. And you got the Fool. This is a really beautiful card. I want you guys to see this. You're being given a new life cycle, and you can embrace it or you can reject it and keep doing the same old, same old. You can acknowledge the ways that you've made mistakes, the ways that you've screwed up, and the ways that you haven't been paying attention, whilst moving along your path in a different direction and being like, okay, this happened, but I don't need to keep investing into that. I can move forward. I can be excited. Some of you might be moving or going through a physical metamorphosis. There are multiple options for you to choose from where to go. And right now you're kind of heading towards a future crossroads, which is going to lead you to multiple different really good options. To sync up with your grooviness, you definitely need to stop crying and start being discerning and empower yourself on a new plan and a new journey and embrace this new life. Because some of you, you had your time to cry and be depressed and be upset and mourn your losses, but now it's time to move on. And I feel like you know this. For those of you who picked this pile, this message is not a surprise. You're probably sitting there thinking, yeah, because you've been telling yourself this for a while, and maybe you've already started doing that. Um, you need to learn how to be your own warrior, your own defense, have your own back. On the bottom of the deck for that, you had the Knight of Cauldrons. So you are moving forward from this Five of Cups or Five of Cauldrons and coming towards this Knight of Cauldrons, where you're no longer depressed and focused only on your losses, but now you're seeking out healthy relationships and self-love and how to offer the best that you're capable of offering emotionally and from your heart space without there being toxic strings attached. You're learning how to heal yourself, break free of toxic cords, and really elevate the way that you pursue emotional fulfillment. Let's get an extra message from your higher self. Illusion. I want you to see this. This is the Moon card, Illusion. This is a gorgeous card. I want you to see right here, you've got this person who's very sad and upset. And right here, you've got a reflection in the water who's someone who's also sad and upset. But this lobster or crawfish that's sort of removed from the picture is like really excited and happy. It can see the bigger picture and it's really excited for you. But if you'll notice, he moves forward and there's this person who's no longer upset, but is sort of raised their head up, opened themselves up to the possibilities of what could be. And this reflection in the water that's sad and crying here is also the moon goddess, who's honoring her cycles that she's gone through, but is now ready to come from an empowered position where dreams can be filled and you're discerning what is the illusion and what is the potential. You cannot invest into someone just based on their potential. You have to be able to see what is. So don't gaslight yourself. If someone new comes into your life and they seem perfect, dig a little deeper. Don't be manipulated or gaslit by someone who's hiding from their true self. And don't hide from your true self. Embrace the cycles that you've gone through and the ways that you've grown, because you won't always be upset and focused on the darkness. Eventually, you're going to be able to rise up and enjoy that. Because of the darkness, you can see the moon, you can see the stars, you can see the northern lights, you can go skinny dipping if you want to. And there's positive flow coming in to bring new life to these stagnant waters. Yeah, your past is ready to be released. That was pretty powerful, actually. Your past and all of the bullshit you've been through is ready to be released. So let's get some oracle cards. So, what lost piece of your groove is being retrieved? Oh, it's me. Okay. So the piece of your groove that was lost and is being retrieved is definitely your sense of peace. We've got meditation, and yeah, your peacefulness and your sense of healing is being retrieved and is coming back to you. Sorry, my cat jumped up. Just like my cat, this part of you wants to come back to you, wants to play, wants to have fun, is ready for something that you need. On the bottom, you have confidence. So your confidence in your path, in your personal power, and your ability. I'm going to put that up there actually. Your ability to heal yourself and move forward from the crap that's happened to you, and to release those toxic experiences and connections and traumas. You're retrieving your confidence, your personal belief in your abilities and what you can do and what you are capable of. Um, Actually, on the bottom of your deck, you also had forbidden, and underneath that was understanding. So you're actually going to also come into a deeper understanding of why certain things didn't work out for you and why certain things were blocked from you. Also learning how to block people. Y'all, some of you might need to block some bitches. Okay. Losing your groove. What happened? Ooh. Okay. Losing your groove. What happened? So you were guarded and defensive about something that brought you down and affected your ability to function, made you sad, depressed, anxious, and very alone. And there's a word, what is it? Nightmares. Like your life was a waking nightmare. And what you have here is rise of the inner warrior, solidarity. There's some writing on this card in the picture, and I'm going to read it. It says, I am no longer accepting the things I cannot change. I am changing the things I cannot accept. Angela Davis. And the other one says, I shock you and rock you. I clear the way for what's to come. I can be I don't know what that says. I can be sut or stupendous. Oh, slight or I can be slight or stupendous, brief or long lasting, uproaring and uprising. What I can't be is ignored. Um, you might have felt like nobody had your back. And now you're realizing that you can have your own back, and that will in turn bring people who will also have your own back. By not putting up with the things that you know you don't deserve, might, you know what, you might have always had your own back. You might have always fought for your right to not be ignored, to be heard, to be treated right, and other people might have ignored you to the point where you're like, I have no idea what to do with this situation. On the bottom it says sacred rage, Medusa. Each time a woman stands up for herself, she stands up for all women, Maya Angelou. You might have been the victim of some abuse. Um, some of you might have been sexually abused or traumatized. Medusa was raped by Poseidon, and then Athena cursed her as punishment for having the audacity to be assaulted and traumatized in her temple. So sometimes people who pretend to be there for you and stand up for you, like Athena, actually will turn on you and show that they aren't really there for you. They're not really there for women. They're just there for the power. And with solidarity, in the past, you were very angry about the fact that you had to stand up for yourself so hard and maybe for so long. And underneath that was November's sanctuary with sanctuary. So you might be taking some time away from people to really recuperate and figure out what is you and what is your reactions. Because there's going to be a stage in your life where, I'm going to put this here, where you're no longer in a state where you have to continue defending yourself and where your sacred rage was justified, but you no longer have to be in that state of rage actively all the time. You are powerful, and people might have hurt you and abused you because you are powerful, and they wanted to bring you down a peg. And that's friggin' disgusting. But like, if you stayed true to yourself throughout your journey, whatever stage you were in, if you were true to yourself and you were standing up for yourself, that's probably why you lost your group, because you got so sick of being the only one to defend you, the only one to have your back, the only one to acknowledge your traumas and how your rage is justified and sacred. That it's not that you don't want to stand up for yourself, it's that you don't want to have to. You don't want to be in that situation where you have to stand up for yourself. In the present, how are you retrieving and calling your groove, your soul piece back to you? You got Priestess of the Healing Waters. I don't know if I'm allowed to show this on YouTube, but we're going to do it anyways. You are healing not only your perspective of you, but also the vision you have of the future you want and the potentiality of you creating that. I want you to see this Four of Rods because it is a beautiful card. Actually, I'm going to put this. There you go. You're healing your energies and your thoughts. You're healing yourself on all levels, physically, emotionally, mentally, energetically. You are doing these healing exercises physically, also getting therapy, which helps your emotions and your mentality, doing energy work. I'm seeing work with your chi and also with your chakras and aligning to your divinity. You also have Isis, sacred unions and relationships. And I want to make a statement here. Isis is a goddess and she is beautiful. She is empowered. I'm going to read what you have to, what the book says about her. But there is a sort of, let's say, terrible organization of a similar name that took the name of Isis and degraded it, demonized it, and turned it into something evil and something bad. And I'm seeing that might have been something you went through, where just like the goddess Isis, people took your name and your reputation and who you are and tarnished it. Isis is a goddess of sacred unions and relationships. Isis is not the name of a terrible organization. It's time to reclaim that empowerment back. Oh, we're not going to go with Athena. But Athena says wisdom and knowledge, but I don't like Athena because of how she hurt Medusa. But maybe that's the point. Um, Gaining wisdom and knowledge from the ways that people have hurt you in unjust ways. And realizing that no one is perfect. And you need to be able to trust yourself first. And I think that's part of what you're coming into, is learning how to trust yourself again. All right, so Isis. I'm going to read this, okay? Isis is the Egyptian goddess of magic and life, and is one of the most powerful goddesses of the ancient world. A caring goddess, she spent time among her people, teaching the skills of reading and psychic abilities. Relationships are sacred to her, and she is revered as a great partner, lover, and soulmate who taught women and men how to relate to each other and live in harmony. Isis held a central role in Egyptian magic and ritual, especially those of protection and healing. Able to heal the sick and revive the dead, she reigns over heaven and the underworld, along with the god Thoth. She taught humankind the secrets of medicine. She is the mother of all mothers and adopted all her children, including Horus, son of the goddess Hathor. When Horus was wounded, she healed him with the power of her milk, which became a standard feature of her healing spells. As the Great Mother, she is depicted with Horus on her lap. As a role model for mothers, she is known for her unconditional and nurturing love. Isis's message. Relationships and partnerships are important, so take time to nurture them and those you care about. Make time in your life for friends and family. Practice active listening and sharing. It is important to give messages about how you feel to ensure your needs are met. Do so in ways that are constructive and effective. Sort out the issues in your heart to be clear about the message you want to share. You also have the magical power to heal yourself and others. Strengthening your relationships will help you expand into who you are meant to be. Learn the sacred dance of living deeply and loving fully. Learn to meet your own needs rather than relying on your loved ones to do so. This frees everyone for a healthier, more nurturing love. Call on Isis to help create good feelings and heal negative patterns carried through from childhood and previous relationships. For help in healing relationships with others. When you have suffered a heartbreak that is difficult to get over, and to invoke her support and blessing in ritual and magic. There's a couple messages I got from reading that. One of them is that for those of you who are orphans, where you were abandoned by your parents in childhood, and now you have abandonment wounds, I'm seeing that Isis is one of the goddesses in your goddess tribe, and she would love for you to consider her as one of your spiritual mothers. I'm also seeing that where someone like Athena might have come in as a symbol of divinity and then betrayed you like she did to Medusa. Isis is coming in to help you heal from that and to protect you from that happening again. going to keep that here actually. Um, well, who will you become with this reclaimed soul piece? Future. Who will you become with this reclaimed soul piece? Pile number 2. Notice how Isis has gold, but also purple. So some of you might be wanting to do some work with the colors of purple, yellow, and gold. Also working on your solar plexus and your crown chakras so that you can connect deeply with spirit and your own concept of joy. So in the future, we're moving forward on a new path in your 3D realm with your finances, your physical health, your home, your 3D projects, etc. And go the distance is really perfectly paired with the Page of Wands, which is helping you to initiate this confidence and this inspiration and this desire to go forward and to be really excited. And you're going to be able to go the distance. You're going to cross the finish line. You're not going to be defeated. And the card on the bottom is a mending, where you are definitely mending yourself from conflicts within your life as well as with others, and learning to bring balance and emotional connections that are mutual. What is the story this group has gone through? I feel like I missed something. Oh, okay. No, hold on. Something we did a misstep somewhere. We're going to go back to this deck and we're going to get some more information on the story you went through. Get some oracle cards for that. You might be overthinking what you've been through and learning how to re-navigate your thoughts and choose a different narrative about your experiences. There's been so much conflict in your life that has really halted your progression of growth, but you've still kept this feeling of home and hearth within you, like a sense where you know exactly what home and hearth is supposed to feel like. And if this isn't it, well, this isn't it. Why pretend that something feels like home when it's not? Also, you could be maybe coming into a new home or improving the place that you live at. You're learning to co-create something in your 3D realm. This could be between you and other people, or you and your spirit guides, your gods and goddesses, archangels, etc. Could be that something you tried to create with someone never really got off the ground, but now you're learning how to be discerning about who to invest into and who not to invest into, or how you can better serve your own interests without screwing yourself or other people over. After you've been brought down by defeat and you've learned to pick yourself up and be your own hero, have your own back, you're gaining this regeneration. This is helping you to be reborn, to come back to life. Sometimes things die because they're supposed to die, and other times they just look like they're dead because they need to take a rest so that new growth and new life can be formed. Um, with your fortunes changing and you getting an upgrade in your relationships and your emotional maturity, you got this never ending story where actually you're ready to let a story go so that you can continue on with one that is supposed to thrive. There might have been a story of positivity and fulfillment and joy that has been thrown by the wayside that you've been really upset about, like, man, I lost this story, I lost this hope, I lost this dream, had to let that go. And now you're realizing that you can pick it back up again, kind of like a book that you really enjoyed reading, but then crap happens in your life and no longer you can't read that book or finish it because you're not in the space to be reading it. And then maybe now you're ready to pick that book up again because it doesn't trigger you anymore. And I'm seeing that there is a story. One is ready to end and another one is ready to be picked back up. And things are going to start moving forward for you. And the ways that you've been stuck, you're going to learn how to unstick yourself. And you've got serendipity where things are going to start working out for you in serendipitous ways. You're just really, really lucky, really good. And on the bottom of the deck, you have new life, where you are literally coming into a new life cycle. You're getting given a new chance, a new direction, new opportunities, the chance to build a new life and a new you right from scratch. Curious what's behind that actually. You're in a space where you are cleaning things up in your life, within yourself, within your circumstances, even your house and your energies. You're cleaning it up, and you're making fair and balanced choices, or you're trying to, and you're coming into some justice where things have been unjust. So how can you actively sync up with your lost grooviness? With the King of Swords, who is supposed to be very discerning, non-emotionally triggered, very wise and logical and fair in the way he deals with himself and others, you got look at your pattern in relationships. It requires inner strength to recognize that you need to change or modify your behavior. So this could also be about being very self-controlled and discerning and honest about what you have done wrong and how you can do better. And to look at your pattern in relationships, the way that you behave and handle yourself, so that you can be a better partner to others and be a better partner to yourself. Because you need to learn how to be a better partner for yourself before you bring new people into your life and expect them to be a good quality person. With 5 of Cups or cauldrons, which is about depression and disappointment and despair, you got to ask for help. What is it you really need help with? Be willing to allow yourself the support you need. And this isn't just about emotional. This is all around. Get therapy if you need it. Ask for help if you need help with your finances. If you need to have a conversation with a close friend to get some insight, do it. Ask for help. Don't be afraid. Sometimes we get so prideful that we don't ask for help, and I'm seeing that as a detriment. That's a taking a step back. Don't be so prideful or embarrassed to ask for help that you cut yourself off from getting the supports and the resources that you need. And with the Fool, which is also new life, a new ground zero, you have consider your foundation. You are being asked to look at how committed you are to love. You want to move forward with this new life and this fresh start that you are receiving with a good foundation. So how can you right now, what is it you want from love? What is it you want from life? What is it you want for yourself? And how committed are you right now to taking advantage of this fresh start, this opportunity to create a new foundation and a new path for yourself? How committed are you towards that? And on the bottom, you have receive with love and appreciation. Receiving something lovingly from others as a way of showing love. So when you ask for help or when someone offers it and you accept it, do that with love, appreciation, with gratitude. You've also got rest and relaxation is essential. We all have a fundamental need to take breaks. Yeah, and sometimes that's what you need. You need to give yourself the opportunity to take a break from other people, from your traumas, from your thoughts, from the narratives of who you are, from your own personal identity, and to just take a break, rest, relax, and give yourself the opportunity to recuperate is sometimes a gift that you give yourself. And sometimes other people give that to you. They give you the space that you need. And you can receive that with love and appreciation too, where someone might be giving you the space that they feel like you need. And you might be able to communicate with them and maybe pick up the phone or text them and say, hey, I've been going through a lot of stuff and I know I haven't been as available or forthcoming, but I appreciate your friendship and that you're not hounding me all the time. I needed that healing space to just retreat and do my own work on myself. And like, I appreciate that. I feel like you understood. And maybe that person will be like, actually, that's exactly what I was doing. And when you're ready to come back into the fold, let me know, one step at a time. Oh, okay. So we've got some extra messages. Love who you are. You are a divine and wonderful person, deserving all of the wonderful things that life has to offer. You also have focus on love. Look for the good attributes in each and every person in your life. I've got a dragon here. And listen with your heart. You are listening to what is being said, but you need to listen with a loving heart. So you need to love who you are and the healing and the person that you've done. and focus on those positive attributes about yourself. And it doesn't mean that you focus on the loving parts of the people who've hurt you, but if you're having trouble moving forward with new people because of the things that others have done, it doesn't mean to gaslight yourself about red flags, but it just means that if there are no red flags, don't create them where there are none. Just focus on the love and listen with your heart, with your intuition, and allow yourself to be guided divinely. Okay, and we're going to get some extra messages from your higher self. Healing. Yeah, you might be going through a cycle of darkness, which is helping you heal. And you have divine timing on the bottom. So yeah, now is the divinest, most spiritually guided time to work on your healing. And do not be afraid of the dark. What else am I getting? Rebirth. There's death in all that awakens, for it isn't blissful nor painless. It's a mighty rising, O flame resurrected. And then on the bottom, you have bat. Invoke thy power and fear not the hidden. What lurks is coming with undenying change. Oh, that's exciting. You know, bats might be a spiritual animal for some of you. Yes, so now is the right time for you to do this healing because this is a part of your rebirth. And don't be afraid of it because what you can't see is coming, is meant to come in, and it's going to create change. But don't be afraid of it. Don't be afraid of this rebirth. A rebirth is not painless, but it's not exciting either. Everyone wants to be the phoenix in all of their glory, but everyone wants to skip the other 3/4 of the process, where the first 3/4 of the process is literally melting down and dying and then ending up in that ashy void space where nothing's happening while you slowly bring yourself back together and then pop out from the ashes. But when you pop out from the ashes, like the phoenix, it's not perfect. It's like a scraggly bald eagle with no feathers, and you're learning to grow until you become this gorgeous, wonderful best self. And it's okay to acknowledge the non-awesome parts of your rebirth experience, but don't be afraid because you're not going to be stuck there forever. So exercise your right to heal, to have good boundaries, to cut people off, to focus on your own healing, and do something for yourself. You don't need permission. Like your card here that says soak in a bath, and they've got their candles and their incense and their nice body wash there, and they've painted their toenails. While you're healing your mental, emotional, spiritual, physical self, heal your self-love. Do things for yourself. They're not going to harm yourself. They're not going to harm other people. So don't feel ashamed to say, you know what, thanks for the invitation, but I'm actually going to spend the night or the day hanging out by myself and doing my own thing. Or even just doing what you feel intuitively guided to do. Maybe you had an obligation that you were going to do, but you're deciding, you know what, actually, I need to take a bath. I need to relax. I need to meditate. I need to go for a run. I need to have a bonfire or whatever it is that you're doing. Okay, pile number 2. This was your reading. I hope that you enjoyed it and that you got lots of insights. If you did, please comment down below. Feel free to share anything you want. And I look forward to connecting with you again. Thank you for showing up and being a part of this reading. And thank you for allowing me to be a part of your path, part of your journey, and for being a part of mine. I look forward to working with you guys some more. So like this video, subscribe to my channel, and comment. What is it that you are most excited to do with your reclaimed grooviness? And, you know, if you want to dance around in the shower to some music, put on some ABBA, whatever, do that unapologetically. Tell me how it went. All right, you guys, I hope that you enjoy the rest of your day, wherever you are, whatever you're doing. And I look forward to you coming back here again. Bye. Hello, pile number 3, and welcome to your reading. So this is your groove retrieval, how to get your groove back reading, and you have chosen this quartz sort of looking stone here. And your significator is self-love. And your special card for this reading is rest. See that? So right away, I'm seeing that whatever you need to do with getting your groove back, it starts by doing self-love work, getting lots of rest, making sure you're not overdoing yourself. We are doing live shuffling today. So let's get into it. So let's see what lost piece of your groove is being retrieved right now. Make sure you're comfortable. Get yourself a nice drink, maybe a snack. Get comfy. Today we have long readings, so prepare yourself. What lost piece of your groove is being retrieved? You have justice. You might have been subjected to some injustices recently or in the past, and it's affected your ability to love yourself as fully as you can. I'm seeing you're starting to get some justice back that's going to help you feel like you can take a sigh of relief, breathe again. This could be legal, or it could just be karmically. This could be general life balance. Somewhere you've been wronged, perhaps. All right, so in the past, what happened? How did you lose your groove? Uh-oh. So it looks like in the path there was a lot of challenges, potentially with other people, a lot of battles, a lot of fighting. You might have been betrayed by people that you thought were on your side. In the present, how you're retrieving and calling your groove back to you, this piece of your groove. How are you bringing it back to you in the present? Strength. You are really tapping into your inner strength, remaining calm amid chaos. This really speaks to not abusing your power, but rather wielding it effectively. In the future, who will you become with this reclaimed soul piece? Feels like you're coming out on top of a situation that maybe brought you down to a low point, made you feel weak. I'm seeing lots of body confidence, as well as your ability to master situations that you were afraid of. In the future, when you've reclaimed this soul piece of your grooviness, I'm seeing that you are better able and equipped to move forward out of toxic situations, to turn your back on the past and negative things that maybe you've done or that other people have done, or just challenges that arise. There's a lot of yellow in your pile so far, so you could be working on your solar plexus. You're going to be moving into calmer waters, in situations that are easier to navigate. The stepping stones to get you there will appear as you need them. What is the story this groove has gone through? What is the story this groove has gone through for pile number 3? I'm hearing that song. Started at the bottom, now I'm here. And maybe you started at the bottom and then you went down a few rungs. And now you're like working your way back up again. But at some point, you're going to look back at how far you've come in life and the things that you've accomplished and regained your footing on. And it's you're going to feel really good about yourself. You might have gone through a lot of bullshit and you just feel exhausted now. Like you just need a break. You might be dealing with some insomnia. I feel like you fought really hard and bravely to overcome some obstacles, some challenges. You might have believed in something only to realize that it wasn't real. Put a lot of yourself into something only to end up really disappointed. And you felt really lost in the dark. But you're cycling out of this. You're realizing the dark doesn't last forever. You see, this lobster or crawfish is sort of in the background watching, and he's like kind of happy, looking good, feeling good, because he's already seen the big picture. But this person here is really sad, and you can see beside him is the moon goddess reflected, and she's really sad in the water. But then as they move forward, you've got this other person who's moved on from sadness and is now really happy, embracing the night, embracing the stars and the moon, and trusting that morning will come. And you got this dog howling at the moon, like getting to be its authentic self. And you got this moon sky goddess, and she's no longer sad. She's phased out all that stuff, and she's embraced the stars and her magicalness, and she's really empowered. I'm gonna bring that close for you to see. Some of you might be doing moon magic. But you kind of felt maybe disheartened, like everything that you believed in was just an illusion. Might have felt really stupid, and that made you feel like really emotionally disconnected and unhappy about something. Kind of been isolating and cutting yourself off emotionally. Really wanting, really wanting to rebuild your emotional foundations by maybe you went through a period in your life where you were just accepting any emotions at all, like any relationships and any connections from anyone, kind of not to put too fine a point on it, but kind of skanking out your heart, just allowing anyone and everyone to have access to your heart and to have relationships with lots of people who might not have had your best interests at heart. You might have poured yourself into people who really just weren't actually interested in you, or where you weren't interested in them. I feel like there was your life path was halted, suspended for a really long time. Some of you could have gone through a suspension of some kind. Birds could be a powerful animal guide or symbol for some of you. I feel like some of you needed to disconnect in order to reconnect with your true self. Like disconnect from others in order to reconnect from others in order to reconnect to your true self. But I feel like either you have done that or you're trying to do that now. I feel like it's been really difficult for you because maybe some of you might have avoided feeling lonely by surrounding yourself with people. And you're like just doing yourself a disservice because if you can't be alone with yourself and enjoy yourself and love yourself without anyone else there giving you props and stuff, then your self-worth is pretty much non-existent because you can't always expect people to be there at your beck and call. And I feel like maybe some of you got bored of the selection of people in your life or disappointed in the quality of attention that you're receiving. I feel like something halted for you, like blessings, maybe finances, maybe your financial flow stopped, and then you started seeing things from a different perspective. And the thing with this card, though, is you see his foot is hooked on this branch, and he can let go of it at any time. He could adjust his foot and let go of that branch anytime. He's got the power. He's keeping himself stuck. I feel like some of you are so ready for a new life, for new love, to feel good about yourself and to see yourself in a different way. And you're just so ready for it. But some of you might be afraid of the journey forward. And so you're kind of staying where, sort of like staying where you know, kind of like a fish in a pond, and you could be that fish in that pond where you know everything, or you could leave that pond by using this outstream, but maybe you're too afraid to leave your situation behind because where you are is comfortably uncomfortable. Like it's uncomfortable, but you're so used to it that you're like, well, at least I know what to expect here. But while you've been disconnecting and getting new perspectives, it's also giving yourself a chance to, like, look, this guy, he's got his eyes closed, and this guy looks like he's sleeping. Plus, you've got rest. So you could be going through a rest period where you're really being inactive. Maybe you cut yourself off from relationships and you haven't been investing into romance or relationships or your dreams or the things that you want and need. You might have just kind of come to a standstill and stopped working on everything just because you felt like you just couldn't anymore. So maybe you might have felt really exhausted over something, over quite a lot of challenges that really depleted your strength. But there's some new energy for you. It's like your chi is being revived and rejuvenated, and you're getting this new life force energy to help drive you forward. Getting some new perspective with this new energy coming in. You may feel like you're being reborn in some aspects of your soul, like maybe sometimes you, like a wildfire needs to come in and destroy a bunch of stuff, but then there are special seeds and stuff that need that heat and that intensity to crack themselves open in order to create new growth. Yeah, I'm definitely getting this hermetic energy where you're really isolating yourself, figuring your stuff and yourself out, what you want, where you've been. The wise one is getting wisdom and learning from your experience, your path, what you've done, what's happened, what you've experienced, what your journey's been, what's happening now, where you think it might go. Like a real overhaul and some in-depth, honest look-see at what's going on. You're coming to a crossroads where you're not entirely sure where you're being guided to go, but you do know it's going to go somewhere different. You're being asked to believe in yourself, maybe more than you do or more than you think you should. On the bottom of the deck, we have the world. I'm going to show you that. The world. which means that there's an ending of a long life chapter for you. I feel like some people's secrets might be exposed. There's a lot of yellow and green in these cards that are coming out. I'm seeing heart and solar plexus chakras are going to be requiring some work. Also, some throat chakra. You might be needing to learn how to communicate to yourself and with others better. There's a part of you that's afraid of doing something different. Like you've done something a certain way for so long, and now switching directions, changing gears. Maybe you thought it would happen faster than it would, but you're realizing it's like a real, true process. Let's get some more insight into this path here. Want to know more about this last piece of your groove that's being retrieved? Justice is coming through with the King of Cups. This is a dragon card, and this is the year of the dragon. So for some of you, you might be coming into your personal empowerment, especially over your heart and your relationships. The King of Cups is all about mastering your emotional maturity, integrity, your relationships, the things that you're dreaming of, and where your intuitive development is guiding you. It's being really mature and with a lot of integrity rather than through force or manipulations. You're being really honorable with your heart and your emotions, and also with other people. This could also be where you were dealing with a masculine who was affecting your relationships, or you had a relationship with them. Maybe you had some injustices with this person, some imbalances, and now you're coming into some balance. Your groove is sort of like you're getting some balance and recognition. But there's also a strong ascension in emotional growth within your relationship with yourself and also with others, what you will and won't put up with, as well as what you will and won't put out there. Really upgrading your concept of what love is and what it means to have that equally with someone. You got the Hermit twice. Here's this other Hermit card. You might have retreated away from the whole world and really working on some dark shadows regarding yourself and your journey, and maybe people that have hurt you or who you have hurt. I'm getting a sense of despair, but also guilt. You might have realized that something you believed in was actually false, and you just backtracked and ran away on your own. I'm saying some of it might be that you absolutely needed to isolate yourself and work on your own stuff, but some of it was just pure running away from issues so you don't have to face them. And now you're in a position where you actually have to face them and gain wisdom and knowledge and learn the lessons. Otherwise, you're going to keep repeating those cycles. You definitely emotionally disconnected from the world and maybe couldn't see the possibilities and the potential that you had. There's a really long cycle that your solo journey has brought you to. And we also have the Ace of Wands again with this, where you're taking time to not do anything, but just sort of raise your vibration up. I'm seeing some of you might have been so exhausted you felt you didn't have any life force energy left in you to do anything with. So you needed to take a long, prolonged break in order to find your energy, your soul spark again. You might have felt burnt out creatively as well. We've got the Three of Wands here. I want you to actually see this one. This is a nice card. We've got the Three of Wands here. You're being really, really inspired to go after something that sparks your interest. And just take it one step at a time. You don't need to rush this. You don't need to know exactly what's going to happen every step of the way. You just need to have, a little bit of foresight, but just the courage and the temerity to go after it. The Wise One with the Queen of Cups. So you have the Queen of Cups here, but you also have the King of Cups there. So this could have definitely been related to a romantic relationship with someone that you thought was your divine counterpart. But what I'm seeing is, as the feminine energy in the Cups suit, you're learning from your journey so far. There might even be an older man, like a much older man, like a father or grandfather, that is guiding you and giving you advice. You're starting to upgrade your emotional maturity and conception, where you're being nurturing and healing, intuitive, but also having very healthy boundaries. You're being led to a crossroad, which is going to give you at least two options of how you, like, what direction you want to go in. And you're in this position where you're really figuring out exactly where you want to go and where you want that to take you. And as you figure that out, these paths are going to be opened up to you. On the bottom of the deck, we have Temperance. I'm going to show you this Temperance card. Here. How much you see these cards, but they're a little hidden by the camera. That's okay. There's an end of your long-term life chapter that's coming to a close, and it's transitioning into a new beginning that's very balanced. You got mental, emotional balance with lots of material options for abundance. You might go from resting for a really long time to having your hands full in every direction. How can you actively sync up with your lost grooviness? Here. Maybe getting some spiritual guidance and you're not really sure how to take it or what to do with it. How can you actively sync up with your lost grooviness? Got my cat to come in here. You got the Ace of Swords. My cat's name is Luna. She's coming to say hello. You might have the moon goddess on your side helping you with cycles. Maybe you're doing some moon magic. Someone in your life that really cares about you might want your attention or need your support in some way. There's nothing wrong with that. You're getting some new perspective about yourself and your situation and cutting away toxic ties and cords. You got the Strength card twice. So in that one, she's riding a lion, and in this one, she's wrangling an alligator. I believe it's an alligator. Well, it might be a crocodile. This snout is kind of narrow. It could be a crocodile. Oh my god. Oh, it's like a crocodile inside the body of a lion. Oh my goodness. That's unique. So you might have dealt with people who were very two-faced. And I don't mean multifaceted. I mean like genuinely just manipulative and not who they said they were. And it took a lot of strength to overcome this and to cut ties with that. But as you do this in a mature and honorable way, you're going to be rewarded with more clarity and clean paths in the future. We've also got the Six of Cups. So you can sync up with this grooviness by doing some childhood healing work. You might want to get a therapist and really do that deep diving work. You could be reconnecting with people who you had distanced yourself from in order to do this important work. I'm going to get you one more card for your pet, actually. Yeah, okay. This is the Seven of Swords. I want you to see this one. The Seven of Swords has different meanings depending on how you pull it and in what context. In one regard, you are cutting cords and regaining your strength, as well as maybe some of your lost innocence, some of the dreams you had set aside, connections that you might have put off. I'm seeing sort of like a revival of your energy, a restart, like when you turned a vehicle off and you haven't touched it in years, and then suddenly you do some work on it and it's ready to go. But I'm seeing that you're trying to be really strategic about this, where some people might have been manipulative and sneaky, and maybe you have. Um, I'm also seeing that you might need to be really strategic about your moves right now, and where you don't need to tell everybody your intentions and what you're doing or why, but like as long as it's not like hurting anyone and you're not going back on your promises or anything, this might be like what's best for you. Kind of like when you start a new job, you don't need to tell people how much you're making, or if you're going to be moving, but there are people who are toxic around you and you don't want them to like know where you are. You don't have to tell them that information. You're allowed to keep some of your cards to yourself because not everybody deserves to know everything. However, I'm also seeing that sneaking off and burning people, especially people from the past, is not the way to go either. So you need to be very careful that you don't incur bad karma as a result of sneaky manipulativeness. So be careful how you proceed, because that Seven of Swords is telling you you get your groove back for you, but don't hurt or burn people while you're doing it. On the bottom of that deck, you've got Three of Cups. So you want to try and do things that make you happy, that bring joy into your life. Um, go out with friends, have some tea, dance, take a nice long bath, go for a walk. I don't know, do some shopping if you haven't gone and bought yourself something you need or want in a long time. Uh, give yourself some really good self-love talk. Reactivate your heart chakra in a way that feels like you're doing it for you. Extra messages from your higher self. You actually got your higher self, the High Priestess here. And it also came out with a Seven of Cups. And what I'm seeing with this is that your higher self wants you to operate from a higher standpoint, a better you than maybe you, like maybe there's a part of you that knows that there's this amazing version of yourself that you just haven't tapped into yet. I'm seeing that your higher self wants you to start tapping into it actively and to be open to the potential of possibilities. Allow yourself to dream about all the things that you want and be excited about them. Um, retrieve some of the dreams you might have set aside and given up on. Not because you weren't interested in them anymore, but maybe you gave up on them because you felt like depressed or bad about yourself. And I'm seeing your higher self wants you to maybe sort through some of the dreams and goals that you had for yourself that you maybe stopped believing in because of all of the drama you've been going through. And to maybe start focusing on maybe what it is that you want, and then looking at them from the bigger picture instead of just the small up close. Sometimes we can get really focused on what is right now, and we don't focus on what could be, or we're so focused on what could be that we don't take steps in the present to make sure that we can actually get there. And I'm seeing that your higher self wants to guide you towards the possibilities that you have been dreaming about, but she wants you to stop dreaming and just dreaming and really take some step forwards actively on your path to actually get there. We're gonna get some oracle cards. You got conclusion for what lost piece of your groove is being retrieved. I feel like some of you might have just pieced out, like on life. You might have just packed your bags, said goodbye to friends, family, loved ones, jobs, moved out, pieced out, goodbye. And I feel like jumping to conclusions and choosing the quickest path out might have been a detriment to your happily ever after, your happy ending. You might have shortchanged yourself on a happy ending by cutting out a lot of the steps in between. You might have gone from chapter 1 to the end. This is kind of like people who read the last chapter of a book before reading the book, and it's like, you know what? Don't even bother now. Don't even bother. Like, you missed that train. Don't even bother. Like, don't look at the people on the back of the train because you jumped that train. And I feel like maybe the universe for a while was kind of like, screw you. Fine, take that route. But I feel like now you're realizing that there is maybe another path, another option that can still get you to your happily ever after, but you're learning the lessons of jumping to conclusions, trying to go from step 1 to the end zone. Like, you're not going to go from like watching your very first football game to getting a touchdown all within one day. Like, do you know what I mean? You're going to learn what it is that you're doing and what it is you want and how you're going to get there and the techniques and the tactics and who supports you and who can help train you and get you there and how you can help yourself. You're realizing you can't jump one ship and get into another one without taking a wobbly distance, right? Like, even if you were going from like a literal, like actual ship to another one, you're not just going to jump over the handrails into the other ship, right? You still got to walk the plank, sort of speaking, put down your walking bridge and connect with the other ship and get your bags ready and, you know, do all the things and figure out your path and where you're going. But if you sort of cut ties and ran with no clear idea of where you're going or what you're doing, and now you're kind of floundering, it's sort of like, well, yeah, what did you expect? But now that you've had that lesson and you're starting to realize what you could have done better, you're like, okay, now that I know better, I can do better. So you're not going to do that same thing again because you don't want to end up with the same conclusion that led you to, negative outcomes. You're going to learn wisely from the mistakes you made. as well as the mistakes that other people made. You might have watched someone else do this. Maybe someone else that you were in a relationship jumped ship, and you watched them go from like one relationship to another, and you're just like, I didn't even realize we were over, but like, okay, guess we're done now, thanks. I'm also seeing that some of you might have this is an important message, but I'm trying to figure out how to say it. Sometimes you need to rewrite, or not rewrite, you can't rewrite your story. You can start, okay, some of you are learning how to go from the end of one book, one chapter of your life, and starting a new chapter of your life. But you might be so focused on the ending that you're going through right now that you're having trouble closing this book and focusing on chapter 1 of your next book, the next book of your life, which might bring you to, but this next chapter might actually bring you justice and love and a new story, and where you're not repeating the same mistakes of your last story. You're choosing a whole different journey on this one. And part of this groove that's coming back in for you is ending one chapter, or is ending one book of your life and starting to write a new one, figuratively or actually. Yeah, that's it, you guys. Some of you might have struggled with, because the self-love is coming in real strong for you guys. Some of you, your self-love was just tarnished all through your life. And now you're kind of learning how to shut the book on that narrative, and you're learning how to write a new script, a new self-concept or identity that helps you love yourself more in a really balanced and powerful way that is fair. And that's going to bring in not only love of yourself, but love that is mutual with other people. And the more that you focus on rewriting the narratives and the scripts for yourself, like maybe your old script said that everything is fake and there's always challenges and you're weak and lots of people have stepping stones, but all you've got is slippery, dippery, nadas, among other things. But now you're choosing different things. You're choosing to believe that there is magic in the darkness, because then you can gaze at all the beautiful stars. And there were challenges, but you're a warrior and you came through them, and you're not weak, you're strong. But sometimes the only way to learn your own strength is to learn your own weaknesses so that other people cannot use them against you. And maybe you had some slippery steps before, but here with these people with their swords raised up, it's sort of like, hey, if you drop your sword, I've got one that you can use. I've got one you can use. Here, choose me, choose me. And there's people who are going to be like, hey, I can help you. And I want to talk to you. And I want to know you. And hey, over here, do you need help over here? And you're learning how to see yourself and the next chapter, the next book, the next story of your life in a whole new way. And underneath that, you have summon, which is summoning the magic, summoning the courage, summoning your own power to, you're literally summoning a new book, a new story of your life, a new life story, right? Because maybe it's not that the chapter is over. Maybe the whole damn book is over, and now you're like, okay, volume 2. Volume 1, done. Volume 2, open. What can I do? How do we start this? And it's saying you're summoning this creativity, this passion, this magic. It's going to be wild and amazing. But we're also got the denial and fledging. So some things might have been denied to you because they weren't meant for you. And some things might have been denied to you because they weren't ready for you yet. Right? Like if you've got a tree full of okay, let's say this, yeah, okay, these are grapes. So we'll stick with grapes. You've got this vine of grapes, and some of them are ready to be plucked now, but some of them are ready to be plucked later. And maybe you've got a specific purpose you want for those grapes, but you don't need them now. Well, don't harvest the grapes that are ready now for a project that you're going to be ready for or need later. It's also giving this energy of sometimes our blessings and what's meant for us are denied and sort of forbidden to us because we haven't learned lessons on how to manage them, or like it's sort of like winning the lottery and then you give all your money away to everybody else because you feel like you're expected to, but none of those people actually deserve your help. And it's only through learning hard lessons, like sort of like when you're on the bottom and people aren't there for you and nobody cares and you feel alone, that you realize, damn, I'm glad I didn't have those blessings, because if I had had those blessings when I was on the bottom, I would have helped all these people only to realize that they never gave a crap about me. So some of you might be reaching for things that were previously denied to you, and now they're actually ready for you. And some of them are ready for you right now. Sweet, luscious grapes, fruity, warm, bursting with flavor. And you're leaving some of them on the vine to keep ripening because, hey, they're going to be ready later. And I don't need to eat 400 pounds of grapes today, okay? Some of you might want to save those grapes to make wine or like fruit salad or something, or like party. But you're like, okay, I'm going to enjoy these grapes now, but I'm going to leave these grapes up here and I'm going to deny myself them because I know that some of these grapes up here, I'm going to want them later for something else. And you've got this, the fledgling is new. It's a new you. It's a new life. It's a new path, new opportunities, new chi sparking up your heart and your soul. This is beautiful energy, you guys. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. I want you to be excited. I don't know if I've portrayed that, but it's very deep personal work and you should be very excited about it. Okay, let's get some more oracle cards. In the past, losing your groove, what happened? You have Season of the Witch, magic, and that is coming out to clarify Five of Swords. I'm sensing that some people could instinctively feel your magic, your power, and then tried to imprison you, shut you down, demonize you because they were afraid of your potentials. And you might have faced adversaries like every which way. And you, at some point, you might have like looked around you like, what the hell, you guys? Like, what's going on? You might have like turn to like your goddesses, your gods, your angels, your higher self, and just be like, hey, what's going on? Get your shit together, man. Like, that I got all this power, this magic, this beautiful energy. And when is it my season to shine? And other people have worked really, really hard to take advantage of your magic, your abilities, your power for their personal gain. And it doesn't matter how old you are or if this was a lifelong situation. This could have been where, like, you were a child and an adult wanted to keep you small because they were irrationally afraid of what you could become. Like, there are some crazy people out there, okay? And some of them were tooting their own horns at the expense of your good name. I've realized that on this sign, it says, "We are the weirdos, mister." I kind of like that, actually. I want to know what's on her book. Hold on, let me see what's on her book. Her book says, "I drink too much." Oh my goodness. Oh, I love this. Okay, so on her book of shadows, it's sort of a throwback to the craft, but in a positive way. It says, "I drink to my sisters and ask for the ability to love myself more. Blessed be." And because you were working on your self-love, I feel like you had an intense magical quality about the way that you love, about the way that you love yourself. And I feel like people might have been really threatened by the fact that no matter how they hurt you, even if you felt like shit about yourself, there was still this underlying current. You know how there's some rivers or oceans, there's one current up here and then there's a different current underneath. I feel like some people realized that no matter how they seemed to bring you down, there was still this innate quality about you that said, you don't know me. You don't know my power. I am better than the person you are painting me out to be. I feel like some of you had a lot of enemies for no damn reason. And there is no answer to this. It's just they were threatened by your spiritual soul energy, and that no matter how they hurt you or threatened you or used you and abused you and tarnished you, brought you down, challenged you, destroyed you, there was still this undercurrent of self-love and self-respect that was more powerful, more regenerative, more indomitable than these people's abilities and capabilities and will to destroy you. There may be people around you in the past and even in the present who really hate to see you rise above because it means that they have to eat crow, but they just freaking won't. And they're realizing that you have this strength that is flabbergasting, and they're just like, y'all, like, what do we do? Because this chick, this dude, these, and it's not, she just keeps getting back up. And I feel like some of you really had to isolate yourself in order to re um I'm seeing something shattered on the ground in the dark. And then suddenly there's glittery sparkles coming together, pulling it together like magic. And then you realize, oh, those are all the pieces of me magnetizing themselves together and then blooming something whole and beautiful from the ashes of destruction. And I feel like no matter how many times you have been destroyed, you take this time to yourself to isolate and recalibrate and refine those pieces of your soul that other people might have tarnished or stolen from you. On the bottom of the deck, you have Medusa, sacred rage. Each time a woman stands up for herself, she stands up for all women. Maya Angelou. Um, Medusa was sexually assaulted by Poseidon, and then her chosen goddess Athena betrayed her by cursing her. Medusa was a beautiful, gorgeous woman and I think she was a priestess of Athena's temple, and Athena betrayed Medusa and cursed her as punishment for defiling her temple and for being beautiful and powerful and for gaining the attention of someone else. And it showed that even someone like Athena, who people say is full of wisdom and honor and whatnot, is actually not who they say they are. And some of you might have dealt with this, where you thought someone was a paragon of goodness and wisdom and strength and virtue who would protect you. And then when it came time to it, they turned on you and cursed you and turned their backs on you. And it might have left you feeling completely destroyed, but you are stronger. Yeah, because underneath that, you have rebirth. January is rebirth. So no matter what happens, no matter who you've lost along the way, there is still all of this beautiful life left for you to live. No matter how old you are, there is still time left for you to refine yourself and love yourself better than anyone else has thus far. Oh, oops, not done with that. Let's go into the present. You got 2 clarifiers for your present. The first one is voice of the outcasts, advocacy. And you see Esmeralda, who is a gypsy. And I am going to point out, gypsies and Romanis are not the same thing. They come from different cultural backgrounds. Romanis, as far as I know, are refugees from ancient Rome, and gypsies were refugees from ancient Egypt. And there is no shame, no shame. Some of you need to reclaim that part of you. There's no shame in being a gypsy. There's no shame whatsoever. Okay? So whether you are Romani or gypsy or an orphan or someone who was cast out of society for being different, there's no shame. Okay? You are allowed to stand tall. You're allowed to stand proud. You're allowed to speak up for yourself and others. You are allowed to claim your power. In the present, you are learning how to be your own advocate, as well as learning how to stand up for other people. The other card you have is the Morrigan, sovereignty. You are learning to identify what is your energy and what is not your energy, and what is yours and what is not yours, so that you're not taking on the curses and karmas and negativity of other people as if it's your burden. You're shedding the judgments and the condemnations of other people external of you. A lot of people like to judge us when we've never even hurt them. It's one thing if you've hurt someone and you own that and you're like, okay, yeah, I was a shitty person then. I did something and I fucked that up. I made a mistake. I was a bad person then. That's a part of your karma. That's a part of your path to own that. But there are people who hate you just because you exist and you've never even done anything to them directly or indirectly. And then you can just be like, you know what? Like, cast off, bro. Actually, I want to read more about the Morgan, so I'm going to grab that from the book and read that for you guys. Okay, so the Morgan says, what was a time of seeming misfortune in my past that in hindsight led me to develop greater self-respect and personal sovereignty? The message. Oh, here, I'm just going to show you this. The Morgan reminds you that life will never be without challenges. Hardships, boundaries, and death are inevitable. And while it may be difficult to see when you are in the moment, they all carry value. It is easy to believe in our personal power and autonomy when the wheel turns in our favor. Not so when we face misfortune. The Morrigan asks you to stand firmly in your sovereignty, taking full dominion over your body, mind, heart, and soul. She wants you to develop willpower, grit, integrity, and self-respect. Qualities that never come freely or easily and are only born from overcoming struggle and strife. The Morrigan, translating to Phantom Queen or Great Queen in Old Irish, is the Celtic warrior goddess of death, war, prophecy, and sovereignty. She is a dark goddess who embodies the feared yet natural and inevitable facets of nature. The Morrigan sisters, Babd, Masha, and Morrigu, I might have butchered those names, beg pardon. Uh, Anyways, the Morgan sisters were members of the Tuatha De Danann, a mystical, godlike race that ruled over Ireland for thousands of years. The Phantom Queen rarely fought physically with weapons, but rather prophesied, incited, and empowered the Tuatha De Danann throughout their many battles against invaders. Symbolism. A fearsome, shape-shifting harbinger of death, who often takes the form of a raven or hooded crow. The Morrigan is a symbol of sovereignty, while the sovereignty, or healthiest in Old Irish, that she is traditionally associated with relates to the divine right of kings to rule over the people. Personal sovereignty, now associated with the right to rule over ourselves, is something many of us seek. Through the meaning of the word, though the meaning of the word has changed over time, the Morrigan still incites us to battle our inner demons, oppression, and anything that threatens our own personal sovereignty. Yes, and along with Medusa, which appeared in your reading, and with advocacy and the Morrigan, some of you might have been severely abused sexually, physically, mentally, emotionally, reputationally. But now you are ready to be your own advocate. You're ready to speak up for yourself, own your own power, own what it is that you have been through, and you're no longer afraid of these endings and of the things that people are going to do to you, because at some point you might have even said to yourself, you know what? I didn't just face my worst fears, I freaking lived through them. Some of you might have lived and experienced your worst fears, and now you're like, okay, bet. On the bottom, we have Witch of the Woods. Oh, Witch of the Winter Woods, Healing. And her book says magical herbs Some of you might want to be doing some magic work with herbs and plants. It is winter time in the Northern Hemisphere, so this is a good time for a lot of you. Excuse me, hiccups. Now might be a good time for you guys to do some healing, taking advantage of the quiet times of year in order to heal yourself, do your own self-empowerment, release cycles that no longer work for you, change patterns of behavior and habits, release cords. I did want to go in that actually. I should do a whole video about this, but just for your pile, because it's coming up strongly. We do a lot of cord removals in the spiritual works, but people call them cord cuttings, and absolutely don't do that. Don't do a cord cutting, do a cord removal, okay? Because let's use this plant, for example. Let's say this is a cord that I wanna remove, and let's say it's like ivy. I don't know if this is supposed to be and you cut it, right? But the roots are still there. So it's going to grow back. But if you take the time to remove it, roots and all, and you're not cutting it, you're removing it, pulling it out, doing the deep work, you're not just cutting it and giving it the opportunity to put its root energy into new branches that are going to be stronger and more hardy than the last ones. You're actually removing it root and stem, so it can't grow back. So some of you might be needing to do some cord removals, maybe looking at some of the cords you cut and then realizing that they're still there, rooted, and you need to go back and dig up those roots, remove the topsoil, rebase your garden of life, and like bring in some new topsoil and think about what you want to plant there in your garden of life, what you want to thrive and grow. This for the people in the northern hemisphere, the spring equinox is on March 20th to 22nd. This might be a good time for you to do some magical works where you plant new seeds, where maybe you take the next few weeks of March to do some deep cord removals and healing and cleansing of your physical and non-physical spaces. And then maybe plant some seeds, especially since the spring equinox is coming around and that energy is really powerful. Yeah. There we go. We're gonna get a you know what? I just got this message. You might have a soulmate that's kind of lurking around in the background. And maybe you know them, maybe you haven't even met them yet. But like your soulmate might be lined up by like your goddess tribe, the powers that be, and he might be really fierce, and like the moment he meets you, he's like, yep, that's endgame. And when you're doing all of this powerful work, and when you meet this person, they might meet you and like almost instantly just be like, yeah, that's my mutual love, that is my soulmate, that is my end game. You know, sort of like a football player who goes out onto the field and they just know they're gonna get an amazing touchdown, and then they do. Okay, who will you become with this reclaimed soul piece? when you get your groove back, who are you going to be? Oh, you have Artemis with 6 of Swords, independence and empowerment. I'm going to show you this. Gorgeous, beautiful. And here you have that yellow again, but it's like a crown, a halo of flowers. What are those? Is that a calendula maybe? That might be calendula. I'm not entirely sure. Looks like calendula and some kind of white daisies. Of some kind. Could be wrong. I'm actually going to read that from the book for you guys. I'm curious. But who you're going to become is someone who has navigated themselves out of the dark crap and learn how to balance the dark and the light of their own self, your thoughts, your narratives, your behaviors, your choices. You're coming out of the big bad and coming towards the big beautiful. Okay, we're going to read from the book. Artemis, independence and empowerment. Artemis is the Greek goddess of the hunt and the moon. Like the moon, she is known for illuminating the darkness. You guys have, hold on, just pause that for a second, but you guys, you have the moon that showed up here. Plus my cat is named Luna. And you've got Artemis, who is a moon goddess. And I'm just saying, y'all have some powerful moon energy. You might be very connected to the moon, to lunar cycles, to moon goddesses in general. So maybe take the opportunity to do some of your healing works at nighttime, or if you're doing magical works, embrace the opportunity to do them at nighttime or following the cycles of the moon. Just wanted to bring that out there. Okay. Like the moon, she is known for illuminating darkness. She shines her light on our individual paths. Known for her courageous choice to remain a virgin and hold fast to her fierce independence, Artemis is one of the most self-sufficient goddesses. She lived life on her own terms, comfortable in both solitude and in community. Though she refused to marry, she relied heavily on the love of family and friends, surrounding herself with a circle of female companions. Artemis enjoyed a fulfilling life in the mountains, accompanied by her nymphs, deer, and her adored pack of hounds. Artemis's brother was born only a few days after she was born, yet she acted as her mother's doula during his birth. Thus, she is a goddess of childbirth and infants. She is associated with the protection of all animals, children, and women, unmarried women especially. Artemis is not afraid to avenge injustice. Ooh, and you got justice? And yet, she is one of the most compassionate goddesses. Artemis and her brother were both excellent hunters with the bow and arrow. They respected and honored the lives of the animals they hunted and often avenged the lives of those killed for the wrong reasons. Oh my goodness, yes. Some of these people in your life might have acted like poachers, where they felt like taking you down was the prize. Dinkwads. All right. Artemis's message. Do not be afraid to assert yourself. Be aware of your power as a divine creature. You are sufficient and capable of doing anything you set your mind to. Be confident in yourself and find the courage to stand on your own 2 feet. This may be in reference to leaving your parents' or partner's home, being independent in business, or being emotionally independent. It is nice to have companionship and emotional support, but you don't need others to reach your goals and achieve your dreams. Have gratitude for the people who surround and believe in you. Most of all, know that you do not need a partner unless you want one. Alone is not the same as lonely. Call on Artemis to regain your sense of determination when you are feeling disempowered and need to assert yourself. for help trusting your strengths and instincts, when you need illumination on your path, and for support in speaking about your needs and wants and to advocate for your highest good. When you are scared and lonely, when you need protection, to help heal from broken friendships and open your heart to the possibilities of new relationships with women, and if you are dealing with codependency and attachment issues. I want to interject that sometimes codependency also needs to be mentioned with interdependency, where you and someone else are dependent on each other, like financially or, whatever. Activities and rituals. Surround yourself with like-minded friends who accept you as you are and give you space and private time while being supportive. Spend time by yourself. Get to know yourself. Do not be afraid to enforce your personal boundaries to help you feel secure while nurturing your independent spirit. Make healthy choices in ways that ground you. And spend time with animals, your pets, or volunteer at a shelter and pay attention to the wild animals around you. I'm going to put this up there for you guys to look at. Screenshot. So you are going to become someone who's very independent, very empowered, very self-sufficient. It doesn't mean where you are, what is it? It doesn't mean where you are deliberately like, no, I don't need a man. I'm not going to accept your help, blah, blah, blah. Sometimes we need to accept help from others. Sometimes we need to ask for help. But it means that you are empowering yourself to manage your own self, your darkness, your light, your steps forward are all your own. Someone else isn't making those choices for you, and you're becoming someone who's really independent financially, emotionally, spiritually, and mentally. This is where releasing those cords come in, where you are taking the cords that other people have planted into you of their narratives and the person they want to believe that you are, and you're releasing them, you're removing them. You're taking those cords and you're removing them, not just cutting them for them to grow back. You're removing them. Heave ho. Oh, I didn't look on the bottom of that deck. I really wanted to. Let's see what's back here. Go back. On the bottom of the deck, you have White Tara, life force, health, and longevity. So you guys are definitely going to become someone who has very powerful chi. Your life force energy is very powerful, and you're going to be very empowered over it, and people aren't going to be able to use your darknesses or your weaknesses against you because you will have faced them and learned from them and owned up to them and then overcome them on your own. I'm running a little bit behind schedule. You guys might have another longer reading. If you're still with me, thanks. Oh, I'm going to move these down so that I can see them because we're going to get some oracle cards for your journey of this grooviness. Whoopsies. Bear with me, y'all. last pile, I didn't realize that my camera cut off half of the visual space, so I'm trying to adjust it as we go today. All right, what is the story this groove has gone through? Oops. Okay. So this cycle of darkness and where you didn't know where you were being led and where you had to isolate yourself and kind of go on your own path for a while and do your own healing. This is actually a blessing in disguise. You might not even see it at this point, but at some point you're going to be sitting back and being like, thank goodness I learned those lessons. Thank goodness. You might have felt really disconnected from the world and disenchanted with yourself, with other people, with connections, with the world, with the dreams you had. You might have just felt like, you know what? What's the effing point? Let's just go to sleep and never wake up. But it's time for you to adjust your thoughts and ask yourself, what is the primary quality that you are thinking of? Because if now is the time to reawaken yourself and decide, okay, what am I creating? Then your thoughts need to be aligned with the outcome that you want. Because look at this world. This is beautiful. Okay, they are happy. They are joyful. Okay. Endings can sometimes leave a void space, but that's only because there's so much things available and potential to plant there again. It's like the end of the growing season where winter is coming in and you're removing all of the plants and brambles from your garden that are not, you know, the plants that you have to plant every single year, not the ones where they come back every year, but the ones where you have to go in and plant them every single year brand new. And you've removed all of the debris and there's nothing there and you kind of feel like, oh well, it's empty. But that's because it's making space and time for you to plant new things that are beautiful there. So now your thoughts need to be the seeds that you're planting for your future happily ever after. So make sure your thoughts are the script that is creating your happily ever after right now, because you are at the end of a long life chapter and you have the opportunity to start this new book, close the old one, start the new one, and decide no matter what that ending is, you're going to enjoy it. This suspended time in your life, however long it was, it could have been brief, it could have been very prolonged. You could have been like suspended for like 13 years or something like that, where you were just doing nothing because you just had so much to heal from. But now you're getting new life. And with this Ace of Wands, you are waking up. Oh my goodness, look at her. She's literally sleeping and she's stretching and she's like, yeah, I feel good. And that's you, man. Don't burn yourself for taking a rest. You needed that. You needed that. However long it took, you needed to take that rest. And now you are rejuvenated and have the energy for new life. And you know what? Sometimes it's sort of like the first little bit of the day after you wake up, you feel groggy and slow moving and low energy. But then as you get used to moving and stuff, you're like, man, I can do this. I got this. I'm going to own this day. Oops. Your thoughts need to be blessings for your new life. Oops. Okay. You got this new spark of life driving you forward, motivating you, and inspiring you to take forward action towards the what you want. If you want this palace of wonderness, take it one step at a time and keep going. You got no place like home. For some of you, you might be buying a house, you might be moving, you might be cleaning house and finding new ways to appreciate where you're at. But you're also realizing that a sense of home is something that you cultivate within you. You ever been to someone's house and they're so proud of their house because it looks good, it's in the right neighborhood, but you go in and you're like, oh my God, there's no life here. No matter how many objects they have in there, you go in and you can just feel it. There's no life here. There's no love here. It's empty. It's uncomfortable. And you're like, oh, that's not what I meant. You want something within you that feels like hearth and home, where even if you're alone, your home feels more like a home than other people who might have millions of dollars and lots of people in their life. You might have that sense of home within you, where home is where your heart is. And as long as you take that with you, no matter where you end up in life, you can create any place or any home out of where you are. You guys are learning how to light the lantern within yourself. Some of you might be one of those people where even if you don't have a home, you know how to create a feeling of home wherever you go, and other people pick up on that. And you might have been so disconnected from the community that will appreciate you that you felt like you'll never have one. So why hate yourself and your home just because other people might not appreciate you? Like, I'm going to appreciate myself. I'm going to appreciate where I'm at. I'm going to do what I can to create a little piece of home wherever I go, wherever I am. And my soul tribe will be drawn and magnetized to me on that level. With the wise one and the Queen of Cups, where you are really reflecting on your journey that you've had and learning the lessons and doing the deep personal work for your personal journey, taking responsibilities for the decisions you've made, the mistakes you've made, the good and bad choices that you've made, what you've done in the past, what you're doing right now in the present that could be adjusted or changed, or what you're doing really good on. Remembering to give yourself praise when you deserve it, and also figuring out where it is that you want to go while you do this emotional upgrading work and you tap into the best part of your emotional nurturing self. It says you go the distance. So you are going the distance with your personal journey and the way that you are evolving in your heart and your relationships with yourself and other. You are going the distance. You are closer to the finish line of maybe your current goals than you realize. And yeah, you might have felt stuck in a desert instead of a lush oasis for a really long time. But you survived this. You can do this. You've got whatever it takes. You've got it. And you know what? It's okay to accept help along the way. Think of those. You know, when people run a lot or they're on their bikes and they do those really long uh, races, and there are pit stops along the way that give you like food and water or like a bathroom break or like a cloth to wipe yourself off with, and there's people along the roadsides who will offer you help as you need it. And those athletes don't feel any shame by taking advantage of that, because if it's being offered and they need it, and it's going to help them do their best, then hey, take advantage of that, because they're offering it from the goodness of their hearts. It's genuine. There's no strings attached. And sometimes if you deny yourself what you need out of pride, the only person you end up competing with is yourself, between your best self and your worst self. And if your best self and worst self can't even get on the same page, then let's say you do enter a race or a competition with someone or a company or whatever in the real life, in the real world, if you can't even stop competing with your best self and your worst self, then it doesn't matter who you're doing competition with on the external, because your internal isn't even on the same page. You're not going to win on the external, because on the internal, you're still warring with yourself. So if you're at a point in your life where you're like, do I accept help? Well, is it from a source that I'm going to regret? Do I need to accept this? You know, sometimes we don't want to accept help when we need it, but sometimes it's sort of like, you know what? I don't have a choice. I can suffer more if I don't accept this help and lose potentially more. Or I can accept this help and end up doing a lot better than I expected. You gotta be your own ally, your own advocate sometimes. Okay. Pile number 3, your messages are gonna go way over, and I'm so sorry. I hope that you don't mind. Oh my goodness. Oh, okay. The high priest for me has always, I haven't created my own deck yet, but when I do, the high priest is actually going to be the crossroads. And you have the 2 of wands, which were your tarot. So for me, and your oracle clarifier says soulmates. So for me, this is like saying you are going to come to a crossroads, which is going to give you a path that will lead you to your twin flame, your true soulmate, and you are both being led to each other, right? They are 2 halves of the same whole. And that is really beautiful. You're also learning how to be your own soulmate, right? I might have said this in another pile and I might have been extra harsh about it in that pile, but you need to learn how to be your own best soulmate. You can't be going out and playing pro-ho and then expecting your soulmate to come up and be like, oh, well, now I feel valued. Because if you can't value someone when they're not with you and you haven't even met them yet, then why should they value you when they do meet you? It's sort of like when people like, you know, when you go online and you get into those communities or like Reddit discussions where people will be like, can I hook up with someone else while I'm trying to manifest my soulmate? And it's like, no, you can't. Because your soulmate wants someone of value, of integrity, of loyalty, of honesty, of self-love and self-respect. If you're spreading it around everywhere just because you don't want to be lonely, like Artemis said, there's a difference between being alone and being lonely. And if you're so busy avoiding being alone, and because you're feeling lonely, and your soulmate comes into your life, they're not going to be impressed. They're going to be like, well, what, I'm supposed to feel valued when you can't even be bothered to be alone long enough to work on your own stuff. So that's sort of where this comes in. There's like a crossroads where you're being guided to make a choice. You can choose the path of immaturity, or you can choose the path of maturity. You can choose the path of wisdom and honor and loyalty, or you can choose the path that is selfish and only thinks about the moment, because that will affect the quality of the soulmate that you are manifesting to you. So if you've had all of these conflicts with people in the past, probably because they're not really part of your soul tribe. They're just karmic bitches who are sabotaging you, So don't sabotage yourself by making bad choices. But if you do make those bad choices and you manifest someone into your life and then they realize they don't want to be with you because you didn't actually do any of the work before they came to you, then you need to be able to own that and be like, okay, I lost that because of me. And vice versa. Do you want a soulmate that is so busy slutting it up that they never took the time to figure out what they actually want? Because when you meet them, if they're still slutting it up and like, oh, well, now I definitely want you, you're going to be like, really? How am I supposed to know that? You didn't spend any time focusing on yourself. You didn't spend any time being abstinent. You didn't spend any time isolating yourself and disconnecting from the world so you could really figure out your darknesses and what motivates you, what drives you. So when you meet your soulmate, you want it to be someone that is a real perfect match for you. So this whole situation is giving you the opportunity to find how you can be your best soulmate, your own twin flame, before you meet your actual soulmate. And even if you're in a relationship, whether it's a positive one or a negative one, you need to figure out what is the soulmate you want, not specific people, but like when you think of soulmate energy, what is it that you want and what is it that you are embodying? Because this is also a sort of transformation, right? Here he's younger and he's looking at the past. And here he's older, wiser, more experienced. He's looking towards the future. In this one, he's got a walking stick. Just get me anywhere. And in this one, he's got a key where he's like, no, I know exactly what I want and I know exactly which key I need to unlock that. So it's like, which version of yourself are you going to choose? Which aspect of your soul journey are you ready for? Are you still looking at the past from a standpoint of perhaps immaturity, or are you looking towards your future from a standpoint of experience and growth? And look, they've got grapes around them, right? Just like we were talking about earlier with those grapes of denial. Are you picking all the grapes because they're available? Or are you waiting until the grapes are actually ripe and ready for fruition? Are you just going to munch on all of them now? Or are you like, you know what, actually I want to turn this into a beverage of some kind, like wine or some like jam or whatever. And you're like, I want all these to be ripened and I'm going to wait until the right time to go out and harvest them? Or are you just harvesting everything you can because it's there? This is sort of like fear of missing out energy. Don't pick or accept just any soulmate just because you're afraid of missing out. Really decide and determine for yourself, is this soulmate that's being offered going to remind you of the challenges in your past and the people who pretended to be there for you but then stabbed you in the back on the battlefield? Or is this person who's going to um, be there for you, have your back, sing your praises, hoot your horn, and be there for you when you need help? And how are you going to be that for yourself? Not because you are so independent that you don't need anyone, but to the point where when your soulmate or soul tribe, and this could be romantic and friends, also family, spiritual. There are lots of different types of soulmates. When you do bring in your soul tribe to you, are you going to be the type of soul tribe member that those people are going to be able to say, that person's done the work, I really respect them? And I'm not talking about just financial, okay? This is mental, emotional, spiritual. How do you take care of yourself? Do you feed yourself properly? Are you getting your fiber? Are you getting the rest and the sleep that you need? Are you going to the doctor? Are you getting your physio done when you need to? Are you exercising? Are you going for walks? Are you taking a long soak in a nice bubble bath? Are you dancing around the house while you clean it? Because why should you not enjoy yourself just because you're doing some hard work? Like, how are you enjoying your life while you're working on it? And it could be the little things. You might be in one of those situations where you feel like there's nothing to be happy about. So go online, find some funny videos, make sure you laugh at them, give yourself a reason to have fun, even if it's just 5 minutes laughing at a video or pictures that you see online, just to remind yourself, hey, even in those dark times, I still found a reason to laugh at something, even if it had nothing to do with me. At the bottom of the deck, you have To the Sea. So you had the end of a cycle, which is going to be very balanced mentally and emotionally, maybe even 3D. And you have your higher self guiding you to take another look at your dreams and your options. And you want to go with the flow. You know where you want to go, but allow the current to take you there. And you've also got building blocks. So, building your foundation up appropriately. But it's like when you're on the river and you can't control the current, but you can control, I mean, maybe not 100%, but you have a reasonable amount of control over yourself and the boat. You get in that boat, you know that the current is going to take you wherever it wants to go. So figure out, where's that current going? Get in that boat. Do you need a life preserver? Do you need to pack a lunch? Do you need some sunscreen? Do you need to pack a book? Are you going fishing? Is this whitewater rafting where you're like, okay, prepare for anything, but be excited about it? Or are you on like a lazy river where you're like fishing for trout and you're like, this could take all day. I'm gonna bring a book. I'm enjoy myself. Go with the flow, but have an idea of where you want to go and how you want to get there. And learn how to fill your own cup before you hand it to someone else. That way, there are no chains or strings attached, preventing you from giving your all to it. I am so sorry, pile number 3. Your reading just went on for frigging forever. We're going to do two more sections, and then we're done. Okay. How can you actively sync up with your lost grooviness? Rest and relaxation is essential, and you have rest right there. We all have fundamental need to take breaks, and you have Ace of Swords. So if you have been in a state, however, if it's short or prolonged, no judgments here. I mean, this card is 42. You could have been taking a break for 42 years, okay? Sleeping Beauty was asleep for 100 years, and she woke up and she found love immediately. Okay? This rest and these breaks that you are taking to rejuvenate yourself and heal yourself is helping you to release the cords that you need to unchain yourself from bonds and things that are no longer serving you, and helping you get a fresh perspective about yourself, about your direction in life, and how you see things. It's going to be the longest reading ever uploaded. Practice compassion. See things from a different perspective. And strength. Sometimes we're so busy calling ourselves out on our own bullshit that we forget to give ourselves compassion. Sometimes it's easier to give other people a second chance or a break, or maybe this person this, or maybe that person that. You know what? Sometimes you need to stop giving other people compassion, start giving it to yourself after you've called yourself out on your bullshit, okay? You can't just make excuses for yourself all the time and then expect that to be growth, because it's not. You actually have to dig deep, dive deep, do your dark shadows. Your journey, your dark journey of the soul is supposed to be dark. It's supposed to be painful. It's supposed to suck. But once you've identified all that crap and you're working on it, you're like, okay, I did these things wrong. I made these mistakes. I've allowed myself to have these habits. Once you've identified all these things, practice compassion for your healing journey. Allow yourself to see things from a different perspective. So if you owned all your bullshit, and maybe you've been pummeling yourself down because of the mistakes you've made or the ways that you have done something wrong. Maybe you spent a prolonged amount of time calling yourself on your bullshit all the time, or berating yourself, or thinking negative thoughts about yourself. Maybe now it's time to see, okay, you know what? I fucked up, but you know what? Next time I'm going to do better. And that strength of being able to own what you did wrong whilst also giving yourself enough compassionate room to do better may actually help you become a better person. So let's say someone or something in your life doesn't go the way you wanted and you overreact. And you can sit there and feel like crap about it for days and months and years. Or you can be like, okay, that was a moment, or maybe even a day where I overreacted. I identify that I overreacted. I identify why I overreacted. I spoke to my spirit guides, to my gods, my goddesses, my archangels, etc. And now I own that I did that I messed up. But you know what? There's nothing I can do to take that back now. So what can I do now? Well, I can do better next time. I can realize what I did wrong, and I can make a vow to myself to handle that situation better next time when it arises. And then give yourself space to breathe and release the energies seizing up your body and your spine and making you feel like a shithead. Sometimes we act like that, and we have to own that. But then we have to be like, okay, now that I've owned it, I'm not going to forget it, but beating myself up isn't going to make me feel better, or it's not going to make me a better person. It's just going to make me overreact again next time because I'm so busy holding myself accountable to something that's over. Is it happening again? Am I still overreacting? No, I'm not. It's time to take a breath, rest, relax, give yourself some compassion. Maybe you messed up. Own it. Own up to it. And then say, I'm not going to do that the same way again. I'm going to do better next time. And then do it. Do it better next time. It's like if someone breaks a glass because they were fooling around and you overreact. Well, you know what? Next time a glass breaks, you'll handle it better next time. Just as an example. Your next one says, spend quality time together. It is imperative that we spend quality time with those we are in significant relationships with, listening and talking to each other. And you got this with the Six of Cups. So when you reconnect with people from your soul tribe, whether you've met them or not, when you do have the opportunity to spend time with them, do it. And you know, it doesn't have to just be romantic. It could be friends. There could be a friend that you haven't seen in a really long time, and then suddenly you see a post on Facebook or Instagram or whatever, and then you're like, hey, you know what? Maybe I'll invite that person out to tea. So then you have maybe some tea and you catch up with that person and you have a really nice time with them. And it doesn't have to be romantic. It could just be a friend. It could be a family member. Hell, it could just even be with yourself. Even if you just spend time with yourself, take yourself on a self-love date. Go to the movie with only yourself. Take yourself out for dinner alone. Go to an event that you really wanted to go with someone, and then don't hold yourself back from having that experience. Maybe you wanted to go to a concert with someone, but go by yourself. Take yourself. Spend quality time with yourself. If you can appreciate yourself and spending time with yourself alone, then spending time with other people will be even more joyful, because then when the date or whatever ends, you're gonna know that you're still going to be happy afterwards. You'd be like, cool, my date with my friend or my partner or my grandma is over, but you know what, when I get home, I'm going to do something that I enjoy to remind myself that I enjoy my own company. I'm going to spend some time in my garden. I'm going to take a nice bath. I'm going to clip my toenails or do a craft or watch a show that I like. Okay. Love makes a difference. Love can help heal past hurts and provides a sense of security, self-worth, and importance. And that came up with the Seven of Swords. So whether you have betrayed someone or someone has betrayed you, you need to own that. And then don't act sneaky in the future. Act lovingly. Help heal people that you've hurt by owning up to the fact that you may have deceived them. Or even if you've hurt yourself in a way that has, sometimes we avoid the truth because we're afraid of the answer. And we don't end up hurting someone else. We end up hurting ourselves. It's okay to heal that past hurt and love yourself and give yourself a second chance to move forward. Because Seven of Swords is also about strategy. Figuring out what you're going to do, reflecting on what you know, and trying to make an intelligent decision about how to navigate your way forward. The Seven of Swords is also about that. And it's also saying that you can take your philosophical, spiritual knowledge as well as your experienced real life knowledge and combine them to make the best decisions for yourself, but infuse those with love. If you're making all your decisions from a standpoint of blame or like blaming other people for what they did and blaming yourself for falling for it, maybe it's time to love yourself a bit more. Have compassion. Maybe you fell for someone's manipulations and their games. Maybe someone was wearing a mask and you fell for it. And now you're just berating yourself and beating yourself up and seeing masks with everyone you see. Well, you know what? Some people are wearing a mask because they're not ready to be their true self. And some people aren't wearing masks. Some people are just multifaceted. And it's time for you to understand the difference between someone who's being two-faced and wearing a mask and being deceptive versus people who are beautiful, multifaceted creatures with so many different parts of them that are worth knowing and acknowledging that you are too. You are also multifaceted. You also have all these gorgeous different parts of you that are worth loving and healing. And it's okay to be strategic about what aspects of yourself you let other people see, depending on how you know them and what they've done to either be a good person to you or if someone's hurt you. Like if someone's hurt you repetitively to the point where you're like, okay, this wasn't an accident. This is a choice of behavior. You don't have to tell them everything. Let's say you move. You don't have to tell everyone. Let's say you came into some money or you made a new romantic connection. Like you don't have to tell everyone everything. Maybe there are important people in your life that have to know. But even the way you communicate can be more strategic to the point where you speak from a standpoint of love instead of a standpoint of na 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 boo boo. And also learn how to speak to yourself. Okay. This is a coyote, but look at his shadow as this big monster. You might see yourself as this big monster when really you're just this coyote in survival mode. And you're not taking all of these swords, you're just taking what you need. It's like going to a buffet. Are you taking every ounce of food on the buffet? Or are you just filling up your plate and your bowl with what you need and what you want and what you can handle? You go to the buffet You pay for your spot. You can have whatever you want. You're entitled to that. You paid for that. You showed up. You were invited. Even if you didn't have to pay, even if someone paid your way. You went to that buffet. That stuff's there for you to chow down on and enjoy. Why? Don't feel bad about that. Just be like, yeah, I deserve this. Sometimes that's all it takes, is to communicate with yourself in a loving manner. Like, oh, should I take this lobster off the buffet when there's so many other people who want it? What are you talking about? You're someone. You want it. Take it. Take the lobster. It has to be dead, though. Don't take a live lobster. Unless you're rescuing it and it's still alive. And on the bottom of the deck, you have romance. Lavish the one you love with your personal attention and affection. So when you do have love and romance in your life, make sure to give that person positive attention and affection, so that you're not going into it from a state of hurt and pain and trauma, because there's going to be lots of time for you to be working on your wounds and things that need to be healed. But give that person love and give them the opportunity to love you too. Don't shut yourself off from love just because someone else hurt you. Don't let someone else have the last laugh. Don't let someone else be like, oh, I'm the best you're ever going to have. Like, excuse me? No, I'm definitely going to go find my true love. Don't let someone be like, oh, you're too difficult to love. Like, how would you know? Your definition of love pretty much looks like betrayal. That's not love. Okay. My extra messages from your higher self is enchantment. Be enchanted with your journey, with yourself, with the potentials, with your dreams. If there's a dream that you, a desire, a goal that you have for yourself, maybe you want to write a book, maybe you want to swim in a pool full of jello, maybe you want to go fishing and catch your first fish. I don't know. Be enchanted with that. Maybe you want to find a unicorn and you're like, you know what? I found a bull with 2 horns, okay? It's a double unicorn. Paint that bull's horns sparkle colors and be like, this is my duocorn. Remember what it felt like to be a kid and have all of the magic of potential and non-cynicalism in your life. It's like this story I read where at Easter time, or it's not Easter, it's Ostara. At Ostara time, when the bunnies lay purple eggs, the purple ones are magical. All the other ones are like either bunnies or chocolate, but the purple ones are magic. You know, remember what it felt like to believe in magic, and from a child's innocent point of view. And you have silence. There is a sweet embrace in the nothingness silence brings, a presence of self fully embodied. I'm going to read that one for you. It says, the world moves at such an alarming rate. Sitting inside a coffee shop, I can hear sirens, cars, construction, people talking and moving. I find myself seeking the quiet of dawn when the earth is still and muted. There is a presence in the silence. There is a space to fill it with the sound of your voice and the beat of your heart. This is the space where all of creation is free to roam wild. Stillness is the presence of nothing and the potential for everything. A witch knows she must take time to find stillness. It is within nothingness, that creation is born. One must be still to hear. One must be still to receive the subtle messages left for us to find. Spirit needs your attention for a few moments to guide you on your path. If silence has paused in your spread, take this opportunity to be still. This card is a reminder to spend time each day to clear your mind. The answer to your question will come when you stop searching, allowing the solution to be presented to you. There is no need to rush in this situation, even if you think you must, removing your expectations of the situation you are inquiring about. Give this up to the silence, the nothingness. Spirit will take your query and answer when the time is right. And I'm going to read the reverse because it might have some important information for you too. When reversed, this is a call to find your presence and to be aware of the present moment. This means getting back into your body, allowing yourself to feel. Be aware of your surroundings and take in all the things you often overlook in the hustle and bustle of the day-to-day. Feel your emotional grid. Allow whatever feelings are present with you to be heard. It can be anger, happiness, fear, excitement, and a million combinations of emotions. Not all emotions are comfortable, but they are there to guide you. Yes, I feel like sometimes you're going to get really great inspirations when you're just sitting by yourself in the silence, meditating, and just enjoying some quiet time. And on the bottom of those decks, you have romance and candle magic. Speak your breath into its velvet. Recite along its spine all that you desire and all that which will unravel. So some of you might need to figure out what you want with romance, and then do a candle spell where you list the qualities of the relationship that you want. And we do not do specific person readings here. Okay. I feel like that borderlines on taking away someone's free will, but you can absolutely do a love spell to bring yourself more love or to enhance love within your life by figuring out what qualities and experiences you'd like to have in love and with a partner, and then do some candle magic to help you manifest that into your life. So if you want love that you don't have to be constantly on all the time, and it makes you feel enchanted, and there's romance and dates, and you feel protected and held, and where you're free to be your true self, and where it feels magical, and where you're capable of shedding the old you and evolving into new versions of you with someone as an independent person, but also as a unit together. You can focus on the qualities and the things that you want to have romantically with people or just in your relationships, and then do some candle magic to bring that forth for you. I'll put that up there so you can see it. Okay, you guys, I have gone way over. If you are still here, thank you for all the time that you have given to me. This reading was definitely very, very in-depth, very in detail for you guys. I hope that you liked it. If you did, please like this video, subscribe to my channel, leave a comment down below. I want to say thank you for letting me be a part of your path tonight and for being a part of my journey also. I look forward to seeing you guys back here, and I'm wishing you all the best. I hope that when you do feel like you got your groove back, you will realize just how strong and wonderful you are, and that even when all of your dreams come true, It's going to make way for new dreams you didn't even know you could have. And I'm just so excited for all of you because your path looks really, really good. You're healing a lot and you're coming into some beautiful connections within yourself and with other people. So if you are alone or if you are with people, remember to appreciate your journey and, cut yourself some slack. Okay? If you need to take a nap, take a nap. Take a self-love nap. Thank you for coming to my reading and for spending your time with me here today. I hope that you enjoy the rest of your day and that it is as magical as you are. So thank you so much, and please come back again. Bye.